If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. The link is also in the video's description. Star Wars: The Jedi Academy Trilogy, Volume 2, Dark Apprentice, by Kevin J. Anderson. Read for you by The Expanded Universe Lives Forever. Dedication to Lucy Autry Wilson of Lucasfilm Licensing, who gets thrilled just to see her name in the acknowledgments of a book. No telling what she'll do when she sees a dedication. Lucy has always been enthusiastic, willing to listen to ideas and offer her own, and a pleasure to work with on all my Star Wars projects. Acknowledgements. I'd like to shower thanks upon Lily Mitchell for transcribing piles of my microcassettes with lightning speed, my wife, Rebecca Moesta Anderson, for just about everything, from brainstorming to copy editing to personal support to helping dialogue make sense, the exhaustive Star Wars expertise of Bill Smith at West End Games, not to mention all the wonderful source material available from West End, Tom Feachett, for helping me create the entire history of Exar Kun, so much in fact that we are writing his story and the Great Sith War in 12 issues of Dark Lords of the Sith to be published by Dark Horse Comics. Ralph McQuarrie, whose imagination and original painting inspired the Temple of Exar Kun. My editor, Betsy Mitchell, who helped develop this story, and her successor, Tom Dupree, who came aboard the starship when we were already leaping into hyperspace. Heather McConnell, who helps keep all systems under control. Karen Anderson for custom designing the word Praxium. Sue Rostoni at Lucasfilm for helping things run smoothly. Rose Gilbert for the sentient mollusks. Dave Wolverton and Timothy Zahn for their invaluable assistance and cooperation. David Brin for the Startide, my agent Richard Curtis, Rita Anderson, Chuck Beeson, and of course, George Lucas, for creating such a marvelous universe in the first place. 1. The huge orange sphere of the gas planet Yavin heaved itself over the horizon of its fourth moon. Soft, misty light shone across the ever-stirring jungles and the ancient stone temples. Luke Skywalker used a Jedi refreshing technique to remove weariness from his body. He had slept soundly, but the future of the New Republic and the fate of the galaxy weighed heavily upon him. Luke stood atop the squared pyramid of the great temple that had been abandoned millennia before by the lost Massassi race. During the Alliance's early struggles against the Empire, they had built a secret base in the ruins, from which they had launched their desperate attack against the first Death Star. Now, 11 years after the rebels' departure, Luke had returned to the fourth moon of Yavin. Now he was a Jedi Master. He would be the first of a new generation, like those who had protected the Republic for 1,000 generations. The old Jedi Knights had been respected and powerful, until Darth Vader and the Emperor had hunted and slaughtered virtually all of them. Luke had received support from Mon Mothma, the New Republic's chief of state, to seek others who had a potential to use the Force, trainees who might become part of a new order of Jedi. Luke had managed to bring a dozen students to his academy on Yavin 4, but he felt uncertain about the best way to train them. His own instruction by Obi-Wan and Yoda had been abbreviated, and Luke had since discovered facets of Jedi lore that made him realize just how much he still did not know. Even a great Jedi like Obi-Wan Kenobi had failed with his student and had let Anakin Skywalker become a monster named Darth Vader. Now Luke was expected to instruct others and make no mistakes. "Do or do not," Yoda had said. "There is no try." Luke stood on the smooth, cool stones of the rooftop and looked out across the awakening jungle, smelling the myriad sharp and sweet scents as the air warmed in the morning light. The spicy tang of blue-leaf shrub and the perfume of lush orchids drifted up to him. Luke closed his eyes and let his hands hang at his side, his fingers spread. He let his mind open and relax. He drew strength from the Force, touching ripples made by the life forms crowding the jungles below. With heightened senses, he could hear the rustle of millions of leaves, twigs scraping, small animals scurrying through the underbrush. Letting out a yelp of pain and terror, a Yodant thrashed and died as a predator crushed it in its jaws. Flying creatures sang mating songs to each other through the dense treetops. Large grazing mammals fed on leaves, tearing tender shoots from high branches or grubbing for fungi and forest debris. A wide, warm river, sapphire blue overlaid with muddy swirls of brown, flowed past the great temple, barely visible under the thick trees. The river bifurcated to send a tributary past the old rebel power generating station, which Luke and R2-D2 had repaired during their preparation for the Jedi Academy. Where the river sloshed around a submerged, half-rotted tree, Luke could sense a large aquatic predator lurking in the shadows, waiting for smaller fish-like creatures to swim by. The plants grew, the animals flourished, the moon awakened to a new day. Yavin 4 was alive, and Luke Skywalker felt energized. Listening intently, he heard two people approaching from far off in the dense foliage. They moved quietly, without speaking, but he could sense the change in the jungle as two of his Jedi candidates made a path through the undergrowth. Luke's introspective moment had ended. He smiled and decided to go down and meet them. As he turned to go back into the echoing stone halls of the temple, Luke looked up at the sky to see the streaking trails of a shuttlecraft descending through the humid atmosphere. He realized with a start that they were due for another delivery of supplies. Luke had been so focused on training new Jedi that he had lost touch with galactic politics. Upon seeing the shuttle, he felt a deep longing to know about Leia and Han and their children. He hoped the pilot would bring news. He shrugged down the hood of his brown Jedi cloak. The garment was too warm for the jungle humidity, but Luke had stopped noticing minor physical discomfort. He had walked across fire on Eel Shawl, and gone to the spice mines of Kessel, and he could not be bothered by a little perspiration. When the rebels had first set up their hidden base in the Masasi Temple, they had scoured the thick planet life from the chambers. Across the river stood another prominent temple, and according to orbital surveys, more structures lay buried under the implacable vegetation. But the Alliance had been far too wrapped up in its war against the Empire to bother with detailed archaeological inspections. The vanished race of temple builders remained as much a mystery now as when the rebels had first set foot on Yavin 4. The temple's flagstone corridors were uneven, but remarkably unscathed after centuries of exposure to the elements. Luke took a turbolift from the pinnacle down to the third level, where other students slept or meditated in the early morning. As he stepped out of the turbolift, R2-D2 puttered out to greet him. The droid's wheels hummed along the bumpy flagstones, and his hemispherical head rotated back and forth, chittering at Luke. "Yes, R2, I saw the shuttle coming down. Would you go down to the clearing to meet it for me? Gantoris and Streen are returning from their sojourn in the jungle. I want to greet them and learn what they found." R2 acknowledged with a bleep and trundled over to a stone ramp. Luke continued through the cool confines of the temple, smelling the mustiness of the enclosed air, the powdery tang of crumbling stone. Along the halls, some of the old Alliance banners still hung outside empty quarters. Luke's Jedi Academy was by no means luxurious. In fact, it was barely even comfortable. But he and his students had concerns that absorbed their energy far more than simple conveniences. Luke had not repaired all the damage caused by time, but he had refurbished the glow panels, water systems, and food prep facilities the Alliance had installed. When he reached the ground level of the temple, the partially raised hangared bay doors stood like the dark slit of a mouth. Luke sensed echoes of the past inside the hangar bay, a faint residue of starfighter fuel and coolant, clinging dust and grease in the corners. He stepped outside to the jungle, blinking in the washed and faded sunlight as evaporating mists rose from the damp undergrowth. Luke's timing was perfect. As he walked through the lush foliage, he heard his two Jedi trainees approach. As an exercise in resourcefulness and as an opportunity for uninterrupted concentration, Luke sent his students in pairs into the wilderness. Alone, with no other abilities but their own, they worked on powers of concentration, sensing and studying other life forms, touching the Force. Luke raised his hand in greeting as the two stepped through feather ferns and thick blue-leaf shrubs. Tall, dark Gantoris parted heavy branches and came forward to meet Luke. His high forehead had been shaven clean of eyebrows. His skin looked chapped and weathered. Though Gantoris had calmly lived among geysers and lava flows on Eel Shaw, he seemed startled to see the Jedi Master, but covered his reaction instantly. On his hellish world, Gantoris had used an innate talent with the Force to keep a small group of forgotten colonists alive. Gantoris had had nightmares of a terrible, dark man who would tempt him with power and then destroy him. At first he had thought Luke was that man. Luke, who appeared in his dark Jedi robe, striding through a geyser field to ask Gantoris to come to his academy. Gantoris had tested Luke by making him walk across lava and climb through geysers. Behind Gantoris came Streen, the second candidate Luke had found in his Jedi search. Streen had lived as a gas prospector in an abandoned floating city on the planet Bespin. Streen had been able to predict eruptions of valuable gases from deep within the cloud layers. Luke had tempted him with the ability to shut off the clamoring voices Streen heard in his head whenever he went to populated areas. As the trainees bowed, Luke clasped their hands. "Welcome back. Tell me what you've learned." "We found another Massassi temple," Streen said breathlessly, looking back and forth. His wispy pale hair was tangled, matted with flecks of vegetation. "Yes," Gantoris said. The man's ruddy face and his braided dark hair were smudged with sweat and dirt. "The new temple isn't as large as this one, but it seems more potent somehow. It's made of obsidian, sitting out in the middle of a shallow, glassy lake, with a tall statue of a great lord." "A sight of great power," Streen said. "I felt the power too," Gantoris added. He straightened, tossing his thick braid behind him. "We should learn all we can about the Massassi race. They seem to have been very powerful, but they vanished entirely. What happened to them? Is there something we need to fear?" Luke nodded gravely. He too had sensed the power in the temples. The first time he had come to Yavin 4, Luke had been little more than a boy thrust headfirst into the rebellion against the Empire. He had barely realized the extent of the Force. In fact, he had learned of its existence only days before. But he returned to the Jungle Moon a Jedi Master, and he could sense many things that had been hidden to him before. He knew the dark power that Gantoris had detected, and although he told his students they must share what they learned, Luke felt that certain knowledge could be deadly. Darth Vader had discovered the wrong kind of knowledge. Luke could not dismiss the possibility that one of his students would be seduced by the dark side. Luke clapped his hands on their shoulders. "Come inside. Take a drink. A supply shuttle is landing, so let's go greet our guest." When they reached the cleared landing pad, R2-D2 waited next to the grid control kiosk, chittering coordinates to a descending X-23 Star Walker space barge. Craning his neck, Luke watched the craft descend with a grinding whine of engines and a blast of jets. The Star Walker barge looked like a trapezoidal cargo container with Incom sublight engines strapped on. The intra-system craft had seen better days. Its gray metallic hull showed discolorations from blaster fire and countless pitted scabs from meteor encounters. But the engine sounded loud and strong as the landing gear kicked in. The space barge flashed its running lights around its belly, then settled down gently. Luke tried to squint through the tiny front port as a group of flying creatures in the treetops burst into flight, screeching and scolding the metal thing that had lumbered into their forest. Heavy plasteel support struts extended, locking to the ground with a hiss of hydraulic pressure. The bitter oil smell of exhaust hung in the humid air, mixing with the peppery and sweet scents of jungle flowers and leaves. The mechanical smell reminded Luke of the bustling metropolis of Imperial City, the governmental center of the New Republic. Though he had been at peace for months now on Yavin 4, Luke felt a tingle of sweat down his back. He could not let his guard slip for 1 second. He had a mission to do for the New Republic. This was not a vacation. The hull of the space barge continued to mutter to itself as it settled. With a coughing hiss, the rear cargo doors slid apart slowly, as if two giants pushed them back 1 step at a time. Bluish-white light shone down on crates and boxes wrapped in storage nets or bolted to the walls. Food, communications equipment, clothing, and amenities. Moving softly across the packed clearing, Gantoris and Streen came up beside him. Streen's eyes went wide with a sense of wonder, but Gantoris wore a puzzled, sour expression. His skin remained dark, as if in a constant angry blush. "Do we need these things, Master Skywalker?" Luke glanced at the contents. Judging from the material, the unnecessary material, included in the shipment, Leia herself must have compiled the cargo list. Exotic food synthesizers, comfortable clothes, heaters, humidity neutralizers, even a few hollow Ithorian wind chimes. "We'll make do," he said. A narrow ramp extended with a groan of pistons and rollers from the raised pilot compartment. The silhouette of a man appeared on the ramp, booted feet, wrinkled and padded flight suit, rounded helmet. He descended, yanking his white helmet off as his gloved hands covered the blue scoped arc symbol of the New Republic. The pilot shook his head, tossing short dark hair from side to side. "Wedge!" Luke grinned and shouted. "Doesn't the New Republic have anything better for its generals to do? A delivery driver in space." Wedge Antilles stuffed his helmet under the padded orange sleeve of his flight suit and extended a hand to Luke. Luke embraced Wedge in the greeting of two friends who had not seen each other in far too long. "You've got to admit I'm qualified for the job," Wedge said. "Besides, I got tired of doing demolition work in the armpit of Imperial City, and before that I got tired of cleaning up wrecked spacecraft in orbit around Coruscant. I figured a delivery driver was better than a garbage man." Wedge flicked a glance over Luke's shoulder, and another smile dimpled his cheeks. Gantoris came forward from the cargo bay and gave Wedge a quick, almost brutal handshake as he locked eyes with the pilot. "General Antilles, have you any word from my people? I trust they have all been safely shuttled to their new home on Dantooine." "Yes, Gantoris, they're all settled in and doing fine. We drop-lifted an entire settlement of self-erecting living modules. We sent them programming units and agricultural droids so they could establish a viable colony right away. Dantooine's a very mild planet, plenty of animals to hunt and native vegetation to eat. Trust me, they'll be more comfortable than they were on Eel Shaw." Gantoris nodded solemnly. "That I do not doubt." His glittering eyes looked past Wedge to the treetops. Orange light from the rising gas giant made his eyes flicker like the lava pools he had made Luke walk across on Eel Shaw. "Gantoris, Streen, please start unloading the supplies," Luke said. "I don't think you'll have trouble lifting the crates with a little nudge from the Force. Consider it a test. R2, please call Karana T and Dorsp 81 from their quarters to help." Streen and Gantoris moved to the corrugated ramp from the loading bay. R2-D2 hummed across the landing grid and disappeared into the shadowy hangar of the Great Temple in search of the other Jedi candidates. Luke clapped his friend on the shoulder. "I'm starving for news, Wedge. I hope you brought some gossip with you." Wedge raised his eyebrows. His narrow chin and soft features made him look more youthful than Luke. They had been through a lot together. Wedge had flown beside Luke on his triumphant run down the Death Star corridor, had assisted in the defense of Echo Base on the ice planet Hoth, and had fought against the second Death Star over Endor. "Gossip?" Wedge asked, laughing. "That doesn't sound like something that would interest a Jedi Master." "You got me there, Wedge. How are Leia and Han? How's Mon Mothma? How are things on Coruscant? When is Han going to bring Kip Duran to my training center? That boy had enormous potential, and I want to start working with him." Wedge shook his head at the volley of questions. "Kip will be here, Luke, don't worry. He spent most of his life in the spice mines at Kessel, and he's only been out a month. Han's trying to show the kid how to live a little first." Luke remembered the dark-haired teen Han had rescued from the black spice mines. When Luke had used a Jedi testing technique to see if Kip had potential to use the Force, the boy's response had knocked Luke across the room. In his entire Jedi search, Luke had never encountered such power. "And what about Leia?" Luke considered, and Luke appreciated that he didn't just answer with a simple, "Of course everything's fine." "She seems to be spending more and more time with her duties as Minister of State. Mon Mothma's been handing off a lot of important responsibilities to Leia while she herself stays in her private chambers and rules from a distance. It's got a lot of people disturbed." That behavior seemed highly unusual for the strong, compassionate ruler Luke remembered. "And how is Leia handling it?" He longed to know 1,000 things at once, wishing he could be in the thick of it all again, while another part of him preferred the peace of Yavin 4. Wedge sat on the edge of the sloping ramp. He propped one leg next to a support strut, then balanced his helmet on his knee. "Leia's doing a wonderful job, but she's trying to do too much, if you ask me. Even with baby Anakin still in hiding, she does have the twins to watch over now. 3PO helps, but Jason and Jane are still only 2.5 years old. It's more than a full-time job, and Leia's getting exhausted." "She could come here for a rest," Luke suggested. "Have her bring the twins, since I need to get them started on basic Jedi skills." "I'm sure Leia would love to come here," Wedge said. They turned and watched as Streen and Gantoris emerged from the barge carrying tall crates. The two Jedi candidates walked smoothly, carrying loads that seemed impossible, and Wedge's eyes widened at the impressive feats of strength. "I had to have labor droids put those boxes on board. I couldn't budge one myself." "Then my students must be showing some progress," Luke nodded. "What about you, Wedge? You going to be a delivery driver the rest of your career?" Wedge smiled. Then with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the helmet up the ramp and into the open cockpit. It clacked and thumped across the floor. No. In fact, I came here because I have a new assignment, and I won't get a chance to see you again for some time. The New Republic Council feels that Dr. Quizux may be in danger from espionage. Admiral Dalla's still out there somewhere with her fleet of Imperial Star Destroyers, and any time now I expect her to start blasting planets at random with hit-and-run strikes. She may try to get Qui back. Luke nodded gravely. Quizux had been the top scientist in the Imperial Research Facility from which Han Solo had escaped, with Qui's help. If Admiral Dalla doesn't want Dr. Zooks back, I'm sure someone else will. Yeah, Wedge said. That's why I've been assigned as her personal bodyguard and escort. In the meantime, the Council still hasn't decided what to do with the Suncrusher weapon that Han captured. Wedge sighed. That's just scratching the surface of everything going on back on Coruscant. Luke stared at Gantoris and Streen as they continued to unload the cargo bay, marching across the clearing to deposit their crates in the empty, cool hangar. R2-D2 rattled out of the temple, leading 2 other students. Sounds like you need the new Jedi Knights more than ever, Luke said. Wedge agreed emphatically. More than you can know. 2. Fidgeting from the long voyage in the expanded B-Wing fighter, Leia Organa Solo rode in silence beside Admiral Akbar. The 2 of them sat in the cramped, metallic-smelling cockpit as the ships plunged through hyperspace. Being Minister of State kept Leia on the move, shuttling from diplomatic event to ambassadorial reception to political emergency. Dutifully, she hopped across the galaxy, putting out fires and helping Mon Mothma hold together a fragile alliance in the vacuum left by the fall of the Empire. Leia had already reviewed the background hollows of the planet Vortex dozens of times, but she could not keep her mind on the upcoming Concert of the Winds. Diplomatic duties took her away far too often, and she used quiet moments to think about her husband Han, her twin children Jason and Jaina. It had been too long since she had held her youngest baby, Anakin, who remained isolated and protected on the secret planet Anoth. It seemed that whenever Leia tried to spend a week, a day, even an hour alone with her family, something interrupted. She seethed inside each time, unable to show her feelings because she had to wear a calm political mask. In her younger days, Leia had devoted her life to the rebellion. She had worked behind the scenes as a princess of Alderaan, as Senator Bail Organa's daughter. She had fought against Darth Vader and the Emperor, and more recently against Grand Admiral Thrawn. Now, though, she felt torn between her duties as Minister of State and her duties as Han Solo's wife and his mother to 3 children. She had allowed the New Republic to come first. This time. Again. Beside her in the cockpit, Admiral Akbar moved his amphibious hands fluidly as he manipulated several control levers. Dropping out of hyperspace now, he said in his gravelly voice. The salmon-colored alien seemed perfectly comfortable in his white uniform. Akbar swiveled his gigantic glassy eyes from side to side, as if to take in every detail of his craft. Through the hours of their journey, Leia had not seen him fidget once. He and the other inhabitants of the watery world Calamari had suffered much under the Empire's iron grip. They had learned how to be quiet, yet listen to every detail, how to make their own decisions, and how to act upon them. Working as a loyal member of the rebellion, Akbar himself had been instrumental in developing the B-Wing class of starfighters that had taken such a huge toll on the Imperial TIE fighters. As Leia watched him pilot the stretched-out, cumbersome-looking fighter, Akbar seemed an integral part of the gangly craft that appeared to be all wings and turbolaser turrets mounted around a dual cockpit. Akbar's crew of fish-like calamarians, led by his chief starship mechanic, Turpfin, had expanded the former one-man craft into Akbar's personal diplomatic shuttle, adding a single passenger seat. Through the curved dome of the cockpit windows, Leia watched as multicolored nuts of hyperspace evaporated into a star-strewn panorama. The sublight engines kicked in, and the B-Wing streaked toward the planet Vortex. Leia's dress uniform felt damp and clingy, and she tried to adjust the folds of slick fabric to make herself more comfortable. As Akbar concentrated on the approach to Vortex, Leia pulled out her pocket holopad, laying the flat silvery plate on her lap. Beautiful, she said, peering out the viewport to the planet beneath them. The blue and metallic gray ball hung alone in space, moonless. Its atmosphere showed complex embroideries of cloud banks and storm systems, racing spirals of clouds that swirled in horrendous gales. Leia remembered her astronomical briefings about vortex. The sharp tilt of the planet's axis produced several seasonal changes. On the onset of winter, a vast polar cap formed rapidly from gases that froze out of the atmosphere. The sudden drop in pressure caused immense air currents, like a great flood going down a drain. Clouds and vapor streamed southward in a battering ram to fill the empty zone where the atmosphere had solidified. The Vors, hollow-boned humanoids with a rack of lacy wings on their backs, went aground during storm season, taking shelter in half-buried hummock dwellings. To celebrate the winds, though, the Vors had established a cultural festival renowned throughout the galaxy. Deciding to review the details one more time before they landed and the diplomatic reception began, Leia touched the icons etched in the synthetic marble frame of her datapad. It would not do for the New Republic's Minister of State to make a political faux pas. A translucent image shimmered and grew out of the silvery screen in a miniaturized projection of the Cathedral of Winds. Defying the hurricane gales that thrashed through their atmosphere, the Vors had built a tall, ethereal structure that had resisted the fierce storm winds for centuries. Delicate and incredibly intricate, the Cathedral of Winds rose like a castle made of eggshell-thin crystal. Thousands of passageways wound through hollow chambers and turrets and spires. Sunlight glittered on the structure, reflecting the rippling fields of wind-blown grasses that sprawled across the surrounding plains. At the beginning of storm season, gusts of wind blew through thousands of different-sized openings in the honeycombed walls, whipping up a reverberating mournful music through pipes of various diameters. The wind music was never the same twice, and the Vors allowed their cathedral to play only once each year. During the concert, thousands of Vors flew into or climbed through the spires and windpipes, opening and closing air passages to mold the music into a sculpture, a work of art created by the weather systems of the storm planet and the Vor people. On the holopad, Leia skimmed to the next files. The music of the winds had not been heard for decades, not since Senator Palpatine had announced his new order and declared himself emperor. Objecting to the excesses of the Empire, the Vors had sealed the holes in their cathedral and refused to let the music play for anyone. But this season the Vors had invited representatives from the New Republic to come and listen. Akbar opened a comm channel and pushed his fish-like face closer to the voice pickup. Leia watched the bristly feelers around his mouth jiggle as he spoke. Vortex Cathedral landing pad. This is Admiral Akbar. We're in orbit and approaching your position. A Vor voice, like two dry twigs rattling together, crackled back over the speaker. New Republic shuttle, we are transmitting landing coordinates that take into account wind shear and storm systems along your descent. Our atmospheric turbulence is quite unpredictable and dangerous. Please follow precisely. Understood. Akbar settled back into his seat, rubbing broad shoulder blades against the rigid back of the chair. He pulled several black restraint strands across his chest. You'd better strap in, Leia, Akbar said. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Leia switched off her holopad and tucked it beside her seat. She secured herself, feeling confined by the webbing, and took a deep breath of the stale, recycled air. The faintest fishy undertone suggested calamarian anxiety. Staring ahead, Akbar took his B-wing into the swirling atmosphere vortex, straight toward the storm systems. Akbar knew that humans could not read expressions on broad calamarian faces. He hoped Leia did not realize how uneasy he felt flying through such hellish weather patterns. Leia did not know that Akbar had volunteered to take the mission because he trusted no other person to pilot someone as important as the Minister of State, and he trusted no other vehicle more than his personal B-wing fighter. He turned both of his brown eyes forward to watch the approaching cloud layers. The ship cut through the outer layers of atmosphere, zooming into buffeting turbulence. The sharp wings of the starfighter sliced the air, curling wind in a rippling wake. The wing edges glowed cherry red from the screaming descent. Akbar gripped the controls with his flipper hands, concentrating on fast reactions, split-second decisions, making sure everything worked just right. In this landing, there was no room for error. He cocked his right eye down to scan the landing coordinates the Vor technician had transmitted. The craft began to rattle and jitter. His stomach lurched as a sudden updraft knocked them several hundred meters higher, and then left them fall in a deep plunge until he managed to wrestle control back. Blurry fists of high-rising clouds pummeled the transparent steel viewports, leaving trails of condensed moisture that fanned out and evaporated. Akbar tracked from side to side across the panels with his left eye, verifying the readouts. No red lights. His right eye cocked back to catch a glimpse of Leia sitting rigid and silent, held in place by black restraint cords. Her dark eyes seemed almost as wide as a Mon Calamarian's, but her lips were pressed together in a thin, light line. She seemed afraid, but afraid to show it, trusting in his ability. Leia said no word to distract him. The B-wing headed down in a spiral, skirting an immense cyclonic disturbance. The wind hooked the rattling wings of the fighter, knocking the craft from side to side. Akbar deployed the secondary aileron struts in an attempt to regain stability and retracted the laser cannon turrets to minimize wind resistance. "New Republic shuttle, we show you off course." The brittle twig voice of the Vork controller came over the speaker, muffled by the roaring wind. "Please advise." Akbar turned his left eye to double-check the coordinates display and saw that the starfighter had indeed veered off course. Calm and focused, he tried to force the craft back onto the appropriate vector. He couldn't believe he had gone so far astray, unless he had misread the coordinates in the first place. As he yanked the B-wing toward a wall of spiraling clouds, a blast of gale-force winds hammered them into a roll and slammed Akbar against his pilot's seat. The fighter spun end over end, battered by the wild storm. Leia let out a small scream before clamping her mouth shut. Akbar hauled with all his strength upon the levers, firing stabilizer jets in a counterclockwise maneuver to counteract the spin. The B-wing responded, finally, slowing its crazed descent. Akbar looked up to see himself surrounded by a whirlwind of mist. He had no idea which direction was up or down. He accordioned out the craft's set of perpendicular winds and locked them into a more stable cruising position. His craft responded sluggishly, but the cockpit panels told him the wings were in place. "New Republic shuttle, please respond." The Vor did not sound at all concerned. Akbar finally got the B-wing upright and flying again, but found he had missed his coordinates once more. He angled back into them as easily as he could. His mouth felt desiccated as he checked the altitude panels and saw with alarm how far the ship had dropped. The metal hull plates smoked and glowed orange from tearing through the atmosphere. Lightning slashed on all sides. Blue balls of discharged electricity flared from the tips of the wings. His readouts scrambled with racing curls of static, then came back on again. The cockpit power systems dimmed, then brightened as reserve power kicked in. Akbar risked another glance at Leia and saw her fighting wide-eyed fear and helplessness. He knew she was a woman of action and would do anything to help him out, but there was nothing she could do. If he had to, Akbar could eject her to safety, but he did not dare risk losing his B-wing yet. He could still pull off a desperate but intact landing. Suddenly, the clouds peeled away like a wet rag ripped from his eyes. The wind-whipped plains of vortex spread out below, furred with golden brown and purple grasses. The grasslands rippled as the wind combed invisible fingers through the blades. Concentric circles of bunker-like Vor shelters surrounded the center of their civilization. He heard Leia gasp in a deep wonder that sliced through even her terror. The enormous cathedral of winds glinted with light and roiling shadows as clouds marched overhead. The high, lacy structure seemed far too delicate to withstand the storms. Winged creatures swarmed up and down the sides of the fluted chambers, opening passages for the wind to blow through and create the famous music. Faintly distant, he could hear the lilting, eerie notes. "New Republic shuttle, you are on the wrong course. This is an emergency. You must abort your landing." With a shock, Akbar saw that the displayed coordinates had changed again. The B-wing did not respond as he fought the controls. The cathedral winds grew larger every second. Cocking an eye to look through the upper rim of the dome viewport, Akbar saw that one of the perpendicular wings had jammed at a severe angle, yielding maximum wind resistance. The angled wings slapped against the turbulence and jerked the starfighter to the left. His cockpit panels insisted that both wings had deployed properly, yet his own vision told him otherwise. Akbar jabbed the controls again, trying to straighten the wing to regain control. The bottom half of his body felt cold and tingly as he channeled reserves of energy into his mind and his hands on the control levers. "Something is very wrong here," he said. Leia stared out the viewport. "We're heading straight for the cathedral." One of the aileron struts buckled and snapped from the plasteel hull, dragging power cables as it tore free. Sparks flew and more hull plates ripped up. Akbar strangled an outcry. Suddenly, the control lights flickered and dimmed. He heard the grinding hum as his main cockpit panels went dead. He hit the second auxiliary backup he had personally designed into the B-wing. I don't understand it, Akbar said, his voice guttural in the confines of the cockpit. This ship was just reconditioned. My own Calamarian mechanics were the only ones who touched it. New Republic shuttle, the voice on the radio insisted. On the crystalline cathedral of winds, multicolored Vors scrambled down the sides, fleeing as they saw the craft hurtling toward them. Some of the creatures took flight, while others stared. Thousands of them were packed into the immense glassy structure. Akbar hauled the controls to the right, to the left, anything to make the craft swerve, but nothing responded. All the power had died. He couldn't raise or lower the ship's wings. He was a large dead weight falling straight toward the cathedral. Desperately, he hit the full battery reserves, knowing they could do nothing for the mechanical subsystems, but at least he could lock in a full power crash shield around the B-wing. And before that, he could break Leia free to safety. I'm sorry, Leia, Akbar said. Tell them that I am sorry. He punched a button on the control panel that cracked open the right side of the cockpit, splitting the hull and blasting free the tacked-on passenger seat. As it shot Leia into the claw-like winds, Akbar heard the wind screech at him through the open cockpit. The crash shield hummed as it hurtled toward the giant crystalline structure. The fighter's engine smoldered and smoked. Akbar stared straight ahead until the end, never blinking his huge Calamarian eyes. Leia found herself flying through the air. The blast of the ejection seat had knocked the breath out of her. She couldn't even shout as the wind caught and spun her chair. The seat's safety repulsor lifts held her like a gentle hand and slowly lowered her toward the whip-like strands of pale-hued grasses below. She looked up to see Akbar's B-wing shuttle in the last instant before it crashed. The starfighter smoked and whined as it plunged like a metal filling toward a powerful magnet. In a frozen moment, she heard the loud, mournful fluting of winds whistling through thousands of crystalline chambers. The breeze picked up with a gust, making the music sound like a sudden gasp of terror. The winged Vors scrambled and attempted to flee, but most could not move quickly enough. Akbar's B-wing plowed into the lower levels of the Cathedral of Winds like a meteor. The booming impact detonated the crystalline towers into a hail of razor-edged spears that flew in all directions. The sound of tinkling glass, the roar of sharp, broken pieces, the shriek of the wind, the screams of the slashed Vors, all combined into the most agonizing sound Leia had ever heard. The entire glass-like structure seemed to take forever to collapse. Tower after tower fell inward. The winds kept blowing, drawing somber notes from the hollow columns, changing pitch. The music became a thinner and thinner wail, until only a handful of intact wind tubes were left lying on their sides in the glassy rubble. As Leia wept with great sobs that seemed to tear her apart, the automatic escape chair gently drifted to the ground and settled in the whispering grasses. 3. The polar regions of Coruscant reminded Han Solo of the ice planet Hoth, with one crucial difference. Han was here by choice, with his young friend Kip Duron for a vacation, while Leia went off with Admiral Akbar on yet another diplomatic mission. Han stood atop the crumpled blue-white ice cliffs, feeling warm in his insulated charcoal-gray parka and red heater gloves. The ever-present auroras in the purplish sky sent rainbow curtains flickering and refracting off the ice. He drew in a deep breath of crackling cold air that seemed to curl his nostril hairs. He turned to Kip beside him. "About ready to go, kid?" For the 5th time, the dark-haired 18-year-old bent over to adjust the fastenings on his turbo skis. Almost," Kip said. Han leaned forward to peer down the steep turbo ski run of rippled ice, feeling a lump form in his throat but unwilling to show it. Blue and white glaciers shone in dim light from the months-long twilight. Below, ice boring machines had chewed deep tunnels into the thick ice caps. Other excavators had chopped broad terraces on the cliffs as they mined centuries-old snowpack, melting it with fusion furnaces to be delivered via titanic water pipelines to the dense metropolitan areas in the temperate zones. "You really think I can do this?" Kip said, straightening and gripping his deflector poles. Han laughed. "Kid, if you can pilot us single-handed through a black hole cluster, I think you can handle a turbo ski slope on the most civilized planet in the galaxy." Kip looked at Han with a smile in his dark eyes. The boy reminded Han of a young Luke Skywalker. Ever since Han had rescued Kip from his slavery in the spice mines at Kessel, the young man had clung to him. After years of wrongful Imperial imprisonment, Kip had missed the best years of his life. Han vowed to make up for that. "Come on, kid," he said, leaning forward and igniting the motors of his turbo skis. With thickly gloved hands, Han held onto the deflector poles and flicked them on. He felt the cushioning repulsor field emanating from each point, making the poles bob in the air to keep his balance. "You're on," Kip said, and fired up his own skis. But not the kiddie slope. He turned from the wide ice pathway and pointed instead to a side run that branched off over several treacherous ledges, across the shabby ice of a rotten glacier, and finally over a frozen waterfall to a receiving and rescue area. Winking red laser beacons clearly marked the dangerous path. "No way, Kip. It's much too—" But Kip launched himself forward and blasted down the slope. "Hey!" Han said. He felt sick in the pit of his stomach, sure he would have to pick up Kip's broken body somewhere along the path. But now he had no choice but to blast after the boy. "Kid, this is a really stupid thing to do." Crystals of powdery snow sprayed behind Kip's turbo skis as he bent forward, touching the ground at occasional intervals with his deflector poles. He kept off balance like an expert, intuitively knowing what to do. After only a second of the thundering descent, Han realized that Kip might be more likely to survive this ride than he was. As Han rocketed down the slope, the snow and ice hissed beneath him like a jet of compressed air. Han hit a frozen outcropping that sent him flying, and he somersaulted through the air, flailing with his deflector poles. Stabilizer jets on his belt righted him just in time as he slammed into the snow again. He continued down the slope with the speed of a stampeding bantha. He squinted behind ice goggles, concentrated intensely on keeping himself upright. The landscape seemed too sharp, every razor-edged drift of snow, the glittering sheared-off face of ice, as if every single detail might be his last. Kip let out a loud whoop of delight as he slewed left onto the dangerous offshoot turbo-ski path. The whoop echoed 3 times around the sharp-edged cliffs. Han began cursing the young man's recklessness, then experienced a sudden inner warmth as he realized he had expected little else from Kip. Making the best of it, Han let out an answering whoop of his own and turned to follow. Red laser beacons flared, warning and guiding the foolish turbo-skiers along the path. The rippled surface whispered beneath the soft cushioning fields of his turbo skis. Ahead, the icy roadway seemed foreshortened and continued at a different elevation. Han realized the danger an instant before he reached the precipice. "Cliff!" Kip bent low, as if he had simply become another component of his turbo skis. He tucked his deflector poles close to his sides, then fired up the rear jets of his skis. He rocketed over the edge of the cliff, arcing down in a long, smooth curve to the resumption of the trail. Barely in time, Han activated his own jets and launched himself over empty space. His stomach dropped even faster than gravity could tug him down. Wind ruffled the edges of his parka hood. In front of him, Kip landed smoothly without so much as a wobble and shot down slope. Han had time to take only one gulping breath as the plateau of ice rushed up to meet his turbo skis with a loud crack. He gripped his deflector poles, desperate to maintain his balance. A powdery ribbon of drifted snow curled across their path. Kip jammed down with his deflector poles, hopping up into the air and cleanly missing the drift. But Han plowed straight through. Snow flew into his goggles, blinding him. He wobbled and jabbed from side to side with his poles. He managed to swipe a gloved hand across his goggles just in time to swerve left and avoid smashing into a monolithic ice outcropping. Before he had recovered his balance, Han launched over a yawning chasm into the rotten glacier that fell out beneath him. For a timeless instant he stared down at a drop of about 1,000,000 kilometers, and then he landed on the far side. Behind him, he heard a whump as a block of age-old snow lost its precarious grip on the wall and plunged into the crevice. Ahead, Kip encountered a blocky, rubble-strewn glacier field. More widely spaced now, the laser beacon seemed to give up and left foolhardy turbo-skiers choose their own path. Kip wobbled as he struck hummocks of ice and snow. He raised the repulsor field to skim higher over the surface. As the crusty glacier grew rougher, clogged with grainy blown snow, Han muttered complaints and curses through gritted teeth. He kept his balance somehow, but Kip had lost ground. Han found himself breathing the boy's wake, pushing closer and faster, and suddenly the race meant something to him again. Afterward, while sitting around in a cantina and swapping stories, he would somehow convince himself that the whole thing had been a great deal of fun. Feeling a bit of the recklessness he had just cursed Kip for, Han pulsed the jets, lunging forward at an adrenaline-filled burst of speed that brought him side by side with Kip. A snowfield sprawled in front of them, sparkling white and unsullied by other turbo-ski tracks. Even though it had not snowed for more than a month in this arid, frigid climate, demonstrating exactly how few people had been foolish enough to attempt the dangerous path. Ahead, the roped-off receiving and rescue area lay like a sanctuary. Communications gear, warming huts, powered-down medical droids that would be reactivated at a moment's notice, and an old hot beverage shop that had long since gone out of business. Home free, they had made it. Han glanced sideways at him, his dark eyes crinkled at the corners. He crouched down and blasted his skis at full power. Han hunched over to decrease his air resistance. Pristine snow flew around him, hissing in his ears. The line of laser beacons switched off like metallic eyes blinking shut. Han had no time to wonder about it before the smooth blanket of snow ahead bulged, then sloughed inward. A crunching, grinding sound accompanied the straining of massive engines. Gouts of steam erupted from the collapsed snowfield as the glowing red nose of a mechanical thermal borer thrust into the open air. The screw-shaped tip continued to turn as it chewed its way out of the solid ice. "Look out!" Han yelled. But Kip had already veered off to the left side, leaning hard on one deflector pole and jabbing at the air with his other. Han punched his stabilizing jets and streaked to the right as the mammoth ice processing machine chewed the opening of its tunnel wider, clutching the walls with clawed tractor treads. Han skimmed past the gaping pit, feeling a blast of hot steam across his cheeks. His goggles fogged again, but he found his way to the steep ice waterfall, the final obstacle before the finish line. The edge of the precipice flowed with long tendrils of icicles like dangling cables that had built up over centuries during the brief spring thaws. Kip launched himself over the edge of the frozen river, igniting both ski jets. Han did the same, tucking his poles against his ribs, watching the packed snow fly up to strike the bottoms of his skis with a loud slap that echoed across the ice fields in unison with the sound of Kip's landing. They both charged forward, then slewed to a stop in front of the cluster of prefab huts. Kip peeled down the hood of his parka and started laughing. Han held onto his deflector poles, feeling his body tremble with relief and an overdose of excitement. Then he, too, began chuckling. "That was really stupid, kid," Han managed at last. "Oh?" Kip shrugged. "Who was stupid enough to follow me? After the spice mines at Kessel, I wouldn't consider a little turbo-ski slope too dangerous. Hey, maybe we could ask 3PO to tell us the odds of successfully negotiating that slope when we get back." Han shook his head and gave a lopsided grin. "I'm not interested in odds. We did it. That's what counts." Kip stared across the frozen distance. His eyes seemed to follow the arrow straight lines of non-reflected water conduits ringed with pressure joints and pumping stations. "I'm glad we've had so much fun, Han," he said, staring into something only he seemed to see. "I've done a lifetime's worth of healing since you rescued me." Han felt uncomfortable at the thick emotion he heard in Kip's voice. He tried to lighten the mood. "Well, kid, you had as much to do with our escape as I did." Kip didn't seem to hear. "I've been thinking about what Luke Skywalker said when he found my ability to use the Force. I only know a little bit about it, but it seems to be calling me. I could do a huge service to the New Republic. The Empire ruined my life and destroyed my family. I wouldn't mind getting a chance to strike back." Han swallowed, knowing what the boy was trying to say. "So you think you're ready to go study with Luke and the other Jedi trainees?" Kip nodded. "I'd rather stay here and have fun for the rest of my life, but—" Han said in a soft voice, "You deserve it, you know." But Kip shook his head. "I think it's time I start taking myself seriously. If I do have this gift of using the Force, I can't let it go to waste." Han gripped the young man's shoulder and squeezed hard, feeling Kip's rangy frame through his bulky gloves. I'll see that you get a good flight to Yavin 4. The whirring hum of repulsor lifts broke the quiet moment. Han looked up as a messenger droid approached, streaking like a chromium projectile over the ice fields. The droid arrowed straight for them. Han muttered, "If that's a representative from the Turbo Ski Resort, I'm going to file a complaint about that ice mining machine. We could have been killed." But as the messenger droid hovered over them, lowering itself to Han's eye level, it snapped open a scanning panel and spoke in a genderless monotone. "General Solo, please confirm identification. Voice match will be sufficient." Han groaned. "Aw, I'm on vacation. I don't want to bother with any diplomatic mess right now." "Voice match confirmed. Thank you," the droid said. "Prepare to receive encoded message." The droid hovered as it projected a holographic image onto the clean snow. Han recognized the auburn-haired figure of Mon Mothma. He straightened in surprise. The chief of state rarely communicated with him directly. "Han," Mon Mothma said in a quiet, troubled voice. He noticed immediately that she had called him by his first name instead of his more formal rank. A fist of sudden dread clenched his stomach. "I'm sending you this message because there has been an accident. Admiral Akbar's shuttle crashed on the planet Vortex. Leia was with him, but she's safe and unharmed. The Admiral ejected her to safety before his ship flew out of control, directly into a large cultural center. Admiral Akbar managed to power up his crash shields, but the entire structure was destroyed. So far, at least 358 Vors are confirmed dead in the wreckage. This is a tragic day for us, Han. Come home to Imperial City. I think Leia might need you as soon as she returns." Mon Mothma's image wavered, then dissolved into staticky snowflakes that faded in the air. The messenger droid said, "Thank you. Here is your receipt." It spat out a tiny blue chit that landed in a puff of snow at Han's feet. Han stared at the droid as it turned and streaked back toward the base camp. He squashed the blue chit into the snow at the base of his turbo ski. He felt sick. The excitement he had just experienced, all the joy with Kip, had evaporated, leaving only a leaden dread inside him. "Come on, Kip. Let's go." C-3PO thought that if his fine motor control had allowed it, his entire golden body would be chattering with cold. His internal thermal units were no match for the frozen polar regions of Coruscant. He was a protocol droid, fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. He was able to perform an incredible number of diverse tasks, all of which seemed more appealing at the moment than babysitting a pair of wild 2.5-year-olds who saw him as their plaything. 3PO had taken the twins to the snow play area at the bottom of the ice slopes, where they could ride tame tauntauns. Little Jason and his sister Jaina seemed to enjoy the spitting, cumbersome creatures, and the Ungolian rancher who had brought the furry animals to Coruscant seemed delighted to have the business. Afterward, 3PO had stoically endured as the twins insisted on making a snow droid of him, packing layers of snow around his shiny body. He still felt ice crystals caked inside his joints. As he enhanced the output from his optical sensors, 3PO thought that his golden alloy had taken on a decidedly bluish tinge from the low temperature. On a sledding slope, the twins spun around, giggling and shrieking, as they bounced against padded restraints in a child's snow skimmer. 3PO waited for them at the bottom, then began the long trudge back up the hill so the children could do it all over again. He felt like a low-capacity labor droid with too little computing power to understand the drudgery of its own existence. "Oh, how I wish Master Solo would get back soon," he said. At the top of the ramp, he secured Jason and Jaina snugly into their seats. In tandem, they looked up at him with rosy-cheeked faces. Humans claimed to find the winter chill exhilarating. 3PO wished he had outfitted himself with more efficient, low-temperature lubricants. "Now you children be careful on the ride down," he said. "I shall meet you at the bottom and bring you back up." He paused. "Again." He launched the children in the spinning snow skimmer. Jason and Jaina laughed and squealed as feathers of snow sprayed down the slope. 3PO began to move with a rapid gait down the long ramp. When he reached the bottom, the twins were already attempting to unstrap themselves. Jaina had managed to disconnect one buckle, though the attendant at the equipment rental station had assured 3PO that the restraints were utterly child-proof. "Children, leave that alone," he said. He refastened Jaina's restraint and switched on the hoverfield beneath the snow skimmer. He grasped the handles and began to climb back up the slope to the launching platform. When he reached the top, both twins shouted, "Again!" in unison, as if their minds were linked. 3PO decided it was time to lecture the children about overindulgence and enjoyment, but before he could formulate a speech with the appropriate levels of sternness and vocabulary, a crowded shuttle skimmer arrived. Han Solo emerged, pulling back the hood of his gray parka and balancing his turbo skis on his left shoulder. Kip Duran followed him out of the transport. 3PO raised a golden arm. "Over here," he said. "Master Solo, over here." "Daddy," Jaina said. Jason echoed her a fraction of a second later. "Thank heavens," 3PO said, and started to unfasten the restraints. "Get ready to go," Han said as he marched forward, his expression unaccountably troubled. 3PO reached forward, about to begin his litany of complaints, but Han dropped the bulky turbo skis in the droid's arms. "Master Solo, is something wrong?" 3PO tried to balance the heavy skis. "Sorry to cut your vacation short, kids, but we have to get back home," Han said, ignoring the droid. 3PO straightened. "I'm very glad to hear that, sir. I don't mean to complain, but I was not designed for temperature extremes." He felt an impact against the back of his head as a large lump of snow splattered him. "Oh!" he said, raising his arms in alarm, barely managing to keep hold of the skis. "Master Solo, I must protest," he said. Jason and Jaina giggled as they each picked up another snowball to throw at the droid. Han turned to the twins. "Stop playing with 3PO, you two. We have to get back home." Down in the repair bays of the revamped Imperial Palace on Coruscant, Lando Calrissian couldn't imagine how Chewbacca managed to cram his enormous furry body inside the Falcon's narrow maintenance crawlway. Standing in the corridor, Lando saw the Wookiee as a tangle of brown fur wedged between the emergency power generator, the acceleration compensator, and the anti-concussion field generator. Chewbacca let out a yowl as he dropped a hydrospanner. The tool bounced and fell with a series of ricocheting clangs until it landed in a completely inaccessible spot. The Wookiee snarled and let out a yelp as he banged his shaggy head on a coolant pipe. "No, no, Chewbacca," Lando said, brushing back his sleek cape and sticking his arm into the maintenance crawlway. He tried to point toward the circuitry. "That goes here and this goes there." Chewbacca grumbled back, disagreeing. "Look, Chewie, I know this ship like the back of my hand, too. I owned her for quite a few years, you know." Chewbacca made a string of undulating sounds that echoed inside the enclosed chamber. "All right, have it your way. I can work the access hatches on the outside hull. I'll retrieve your hydrospanner. Who knows what other junk we'll find there?" Lando turned and made his way to the entry ramp, stomping down into the cacophony of shouted requests and engine noises in the Starship Mechanic Bay. The air smelled oily and stifling, tainted with gaseous coolants and exhaust fumes from small diplomatic shuttles to large freighters. Human and alien engineers worked on their ships. Stubby Ugnaughts clambered inside access hatches and chattered at each other, requesting tools and diagrams for fixing troublesome engines. Admiral Akbar's carefully picked crew of Calamarian starship mechanics oversaw special modifications to small vessels in the New Republic fleet. Turpin, Akbar's chief mechanic, wandered from ship to ship, status board in hand, verifying requested repairs and scrutinizing the work with his glassy fish eyes. Lando pried open the access hatch in the Falcon's outer hull. The hydrospanner clattered out and fell into his outstretched hands, along with burned-out cyberfuses, a discarded hyperdrive shunt, and the wrapper from a package of dehydrated food. "Got it, Chewbacca!" he shouted. The Wookiee's answer was muffled inside the cramped access hatch. Lando looked at the scorch marks along the Falcon's battered hull. The ship seemed to be one massive collection of patches and repairs. He ran a calloused hand along the hull, caressing the metal. "Hey, what are you doing to my ship?" Lando jerked his hand away from the Falcon and looked around guiltily to see Han Solo approaching. Chewbacca bellowed a greeting from the maintenance crawlway. Han's face reflected a thunderstorm of bad moods as he strode across the debris-strewn floor of the mechanic bay. "I need my ship right now. Is she ready to fly?" Han said. Lando put his hands at his side. "I was just making some repairs and modifications, old buddy. What's the problem?" "Who told you to make any modifications?" Han looked unaccountably angry. "Chewie, we gotta fly right away. Why'd you let this clown mess around with my engines?" "Wait a minute, Han. This used to be my ship, you know," Lando said, not knowing what had provoked such anger in his friend. "Besides, who rescued this ship from Kessel? Who saved your tail from the Imperial fleet?" C-3PO hastened stiffly into the mechanic bay. "Ah, Greetings, General Calrissian, he said. Lando ignored the droid. I lost the Lady Luck rescuing your ship. I think that deserves a little gratitude, don't you? In fact, since I sacrificed my own ship to save your hide, I think maybe you'd be grateful enough to give me back the Falcon. Oh my, 3PO said. That is an idea that might warrant some consideration, Master Solo. Shut up, 3PO, Han said without glancing in the droid's direction. Looks like you've got an attitude problem, Han, Lando said with a grin he knew would annoy his friend. But Han had stepped over the bounds of common courtesy with his snappish accusations, and Lando had no intention of letting him get away with it. Han looked ready to explode. Lando couldn't figure out what was bothering him. My problem is you've been sabotaging my ship. I don't ever want you touching her again, do you understand? Get your own ship. Seems to me that with the 1,000,000 credit reward you got at the blob races on Umgul, you could buy just about any ship you want and stop messing around with mine. An excellent idea, sir, 3PO added helpfully. With that amount of money, General Calrissian, you could indeed buy a fine ship. Be quiet, 3PO, Lando said, putting his hands on his hips. I don't want to buy another ship, old buddy. He stressed the last two words with thick sarcasm. If I can't have the Lady Luck, I want the Falcon. Your wife is the Minister of State, Han. You can have the government provide you with any sort of transport you want. Why not get yourself a new fighter right from the Calamarian shipyards? I'm certain that could be arranged, sir, 3PO agreed. Shut up, 3PO, Han said again, keeping his eyes on Lando. I don't want any old ship. The Falcon is mine. Lando glowered at Han. You won her from me in a sabacc game, and to tell you the truth, old buddy, I've always suspected you cheated in that game. Han became livid, backing away. You're accusing me of cheating? I've been called a scoundrel before, but never a cheat. In fact, it seems to me, he said in a low, threatening voice, that you won the Falcon yourself in a sabacc game before I came along. Didn't you also win the Cloud City Tabana gas mines from the former Baron Administrator in a sabacc game? What could you possibly have used as collateral for a bet like that? You're a dirty, no-good swindler, Lando. Admit it. And you're a pirate, Lando said, stalking forward, his fists bunched at his side. He had made his reputation as an expert gambler. Chewbacca growled from within the Falcon, making loud clangs and thumps as he extricated himself from the cramped passage. He stumbled down the entry ramp and stood gripping the piston supports. As Han and Lando closed to within striking distance, 3PO wiggled in between them. Excuse me, sirs, but might I make a suggestion? If indeed you both won the ship in a sabacc game, and you are contesting the results, could you perhaps simply play another game of sabacc to settle this issue once and for all? 3PO turned his glowing optical sensors first at Lando, then at Han. I just came down here to get my ship, Han said, but now you've made it into a point of honor. Lando glared at Han without flinching. I can beat you any day of the week, Han Solo. Not this day, Han said, lowering his voice even further. But not just a sabacc. We'll make it random sabacc. Lando raised his eyebrows, but met Han's gaze, stare for stare. Who's going to keep track of the plays? Han jerked his chin to the side. We'll use 3PO as a modulator. Goldenrod doesn't have enough brains to cheat. But, sir, I really don't have the programming to, 3PO said. Han and Lando snapped in unison. Shut up, 3PO. All right, Han, Lando said. Let's do it before you lose your nerve. You're going to lose more than nerve before this game is over, Han said. As Lando set up the cards in the sabacc table, Han Solo ushered the last of the off-duty bureaucrats toward the door of the small lounge. Out! Come on, we need to use this place for a while. They grumbled and objected in a variety of languages, but Han assisted them through the entryway with gentle shoves. File a complaint with the New Republic. Then he closed and sealed the door, turning to Lando. You ready yet? This was far different from the stuffy, smoke-filled parlors where he used to play sabacc, such as the underground game where he had once won a planet for Leia in an attempt to buy her affections. At the sabacc table, Lando spread out a handful of rectangular cards with crystalline screens sandwiched between metal layers. Ready when you are, buddy. But he looked uneasy. Han, we don't really have to do this. Han sniffed the air, frowning at the cloying smells of deodorizing mists and ambassadorial perfumes. Yes, I do. Leia's been in an accident on one of her diplomatic missions, and I want to escort her back home, not some hospital ship.
Leia's hurt, Lando said, standing up in surprise. So that's what's been bothering you. Forget it. Take the ship. I was just kidding anyway. We'll do this some other time. No, we do it now, or we'll never be off this case. 3PO, get in here. What's taking so long? Han said. The golden droid scooted in from the back room computer station, looking flustered as usual. I'm here, Master Solo. I was just reviewing the Sabacc rules programming. Han punched his selections into the console of the bartender droid, smiling as he selected a fruity, prissy drink for Lando, complete with a blue tropical flower as a garnish, and a spiced ale for himself. He sat down, slid the drink across the surface to Lando, and sipped his ale. Lando took a swallow of the mixture, winced, and forced a smile. Thanks, hon. Should I deal? He held the sabacc cards in his hand, leaning over the table's projecting field. Not yet. Han held up a hand. 3PO. Double check to make sure that those card surfaces are completely randomized. But, sir, surely. Just do it. We want to make sure nobody gets an unfair advantage. Don't we, old buddy? Lando managed to retain his forced smile as he handed the deck to 3PO, who ran the cards through a scrambler at the side of the table. They are completely mixed, sir. 3PO meticulously dealt 5 of the flat metallic cards, each to Lando and to Han. As you know, this is random sabacc, a combination of variant forms of the game, 3PO said, as if reciting the program he had just uploaded. There are 5 different sets of rules, shifted by chance, and changed at random time intervals as determined by the computer's random generator. That's me. We know the rules, Han growled, but he wasn't so certain. And we also know the stakes. Lando's deep, flinty eyes met his across the table. Winner takes the Falcon. Loser takes course on public transit from now on. Very well, sirs, 3PO said. Activate your cards. The first player to reach a score of 100 points will be declared the winner. Our first round will be played according to... He paused briefly as his randomizing function made a selection from the scrambled list of rules. Cloud City Casino alternate rules. Han stared at the images appearing on his cards as his mind raced to remember how Cloud City Casino rules differed from the Bespin standard form of the game. He stared at a mixed-up assortment of the 4 suits at sabacc. Sabers, coins, flasks, and staves, with various positive and negative scores on each. Each player may select one and only one of his cards for a spin change, and then we tally to see who comes closest to a score of positive or negative 23 or 0. Han scanned his cards, concentrating, but found no set that would add up to an appropriate tally. Lando wore a broad smile, but Lando always carried such an expression when he gambled. Han took a sip of his bitter spiced ale, swallowed hard, and chose a card. Ready? He raised his eyes to look at Lando. Lando pushed the small scrambler button on the bottom left corner of a card. Han did the same, watching the image of the 8 of coins flicker and reform into a 12 of flasks. Together with a 9 of flasks in his hand, he added to 21. Not great. But when he saw Lando scowl at his own new card, he hoped it would be enough. 21, Han said, slapping the cards on the table. 18, Lando answered with a scowl. You get the difference. Change your rules. Time has elapsed, 3PO said. 3 points in favor of Master Solo. Next round is by Empress Teta Preferred System. Han looked at his new hand of cards, delighted to see a firm straight, but, if he remembered right, under Empress Teta rules, the players swapped one card at random, and when Lando reached over to pluck a card from the right side, Han hoped to replace it with a Commander of Sabers. But the hand failed. Lando won the round and came out with a small lead, but before they could tally the scores, 3PO chimed in with another, Change your rules! This time, scored under the Bespin standard system, Lando's lead doubled. Han cursed to himself as he stared at a chaotic mess in the next hand, not knowing what to bid, what to throw away. Before he made his decision, though, the random clock in 3PO's electronic brain forced him to call another rules change. Corellian Gambit this time, sirs. Han whooped in delight, for under the new rules the suits fit together with a completely different pattern. Gotcha, he cried, laying down his hand. Lando grumbled, showing a wild card that, while valuable only moments before, now cost him 14 points under the new scoring system. Han crept ahead over the next several hands, then lost ground when rules changed back to Cloud City Casino style, which deemed all wild cards forfeit. Han reached forward to snatch one of Lando's cards, just as Lando selected one of his cards to change at random. They both froze. 3PO, tell us again which rules we're playing under. New time interval anyway, the golden droid said. Change to Bespin standard. No, wait. New time interval again. Back to Empress Tedis preferred. Han and Lando looked at the new cards again, minds whirling in confusion. Han took another sip of his spiced ale, and Lando drained his fruity concoction with a grimace. At the bottom, the bright-colored flower had begun to sprout writhing roots that crawled on the bottom of his glass. 3PO, tell us the scores one more time, Lando said. Calculating for the last rules change, sir, the total is 93 points for Master Solo and 87 for General Calrissian. Han and Lando glared at each other. Last hand, buddy, Han said. Enjoy your remaining few seconds of ownership, Han, Lando said. Corellian Gambit rules. Last hand special case, 3PO announced. Han felt his head pounding, trying to remember what happened in the last hand of the Corellian Gambit. Then he saw Lando locking in the denomination of only one of his cards, making ready to place his hand into the flux field in the center of the sabacc table. Han studied his high-ranking face cards, balance and moderation, either of which would nudge him over the total score of 100. He pushed the retainer button on balance for 11 points, then thrust the rest of his hand into the flux field. Han and Lando leaned over, staring in suspense as the image on the card swirled and changed, flickering from one value to another in a blur until they stabilized one by one. Lando stared at low-denomination numeric cards, nothing at all spectacular, while Han got the best steal he had seen throughout the entire game. All face cards, Demise, Endurance, the Star, and the Queen of Air and Darkness, along with the balance card he had kept. His score steadily passed the goal, leaving Lando in the dust. He cheered at the same instant 3PO declared another change of rules. Han glared at the golden droid waiting. This hand will be scored under the Eclipsis Fig variation, 3PO said. Han and Lando looked at each other, mouthing the words. What is the Fig variation? In the final round, the scores of all odd-numbered face cards are subtracted instead of added to the final score. This means, Master Solo, that while you gain 10 points for Endurance and the Queen of Air and Darkness, you forfeit a total of 41 for Balance, the Star, and Demise. 3PO paused. I'm afraid you lose, sir. General Calrissian gains 16 points for a total score of 103, while you are left with a final score of 62. Han blinked in shock at his half-empty glass of spiced ale, as Lando pounded the tabletop in triumph. Good game, Han. Now go off to fetch Leia. Want me to come with you? Han kept staring at the table, at his ale, at anything but Lando. He felt hollow inside. Not only had he learned of Leia's tragedy today, but he had also lost the ship he had owned for more than a decade. Take her. She's yours, Han mumbled. He finally looked up to meet Lando's eyes. Come on, Han. You're distraught. You never should have made the bet in the first place. Just... No. The Falcon is yours, Lando. I'm not a cheat, and I made the deal going into the game. Han stood, turning his back on Lando, leaving the rest of his ale untouched. 3PO, authorize a change of registration for the Falcon, and you'd better get in touch with Central Transportation Control. Arrange a diplomatic transport for Leia. I won't be picking her up after all. Lando shifted uncomfortably. I'll take good care of her, Han. Not a scratch. Without another word, Han went to the door of the lounge, unsealed it, and walked out into the echoing halls. 4. With black-gloved hands clasped behind her back, Admiral Dalla stood at attention on the bridge of the Imperial Star Destroyer Gorgon. In front of the bridge viewport, brilliant gases illuminated by a knot of blue giant stars turned the Cauldron Nebula into a spectacular light show. Beside her, in parking formation, hung the Basilisk and the Manticore. The ionized gases played havoc with ship sensors, making the nebula a perfect hiding place for her 3 fully armed battleships. Dalla heard a tentative bootstep behind her and turned to face Commander Kratos. Yes, Commander? As she moved, her olive-gray uniform clung like a second skin, while her mane of coppery hair trailed behind her like the tail of a comet. Kratos snapped off a perfect salute and remained standing one step below her observation platform. Admiral, he said, as of 0900 hours we have completed our assessment of the losses suffered during our battle at Kessel.
Dalla formed her lips into a tight, emotionless line. Kratos was a short man, recruited into the Imperial Navy from an occupation force on one of the conscripted planets. He had dark hair trimmed to regulation length, wide, watery eyes set under beetling brows, and a jutting chin that hung below almost non-existent lips. The best part of Kratos, though, Dalla thought, was that he always followed orders. He had been trained well in the Imperial Military Academy on Coradia. "Give me the breakdown, Commander," Dalla said. Kratos did not blink as he rattled off the numbers from memory. "Together we lost a total of 3 TIE squadrons and of course all hands and resources on board the Hydra." Dalla felt a cold stab of anger at the mention of her wrecked battleship. Kratos must have seen something in her expression, because he flinched, though he did not move aside. The Hydra, Dalla's fourth Star Destroyer, had been torn apart in the Maw's cluster's black holes. It had been Dalla's first significant loss in combat, 1/4 of her destructive capability wiped out by Han Solo and the traitorous scientist Qui Zux, who had stolen the Sun Crusher superweapon and fled the Empire's closely guarded Maw installation. "However," Kratos continued, his voice quavered the smallest bit, then he straightened. 40 TIE fighters from the Hydra did manage to reach safety inside the other Star Destroyers, which makes up somewhat for the other losses." Dalla's Star Destroyers had emerged from the Maw cluster, expecting to engulf and obliterate Han Solo, but her ships had run headlong into Kessel's ragtag fleet like frenzied battle dogs. Though her Star Destroyers had defeated nearly 2/3 of Kessel's ships, the Basilisk had suffered severe damage and had to be linked with the Gorgon's nav computers for escape to a secret location in the Cauldron Nebula. "What is the status of repairs to the Basilisk?" she said. Kratos clicked his heels smartly as if pleased to give good news. 3 of the 4 damaged turbo laser cannons have been refurbished and are now operational. We expect to finish repairs on the 4th battery within the next 2 days. Armored space troopers have completed work on the breached external hull. Decks 7 through 9 are airtight again, and we are currently replenishing the atmosphere. The damaged flight control circuitry has been rerouted, and the nav computer and targeting consoles are now fully operational." He drew in a deep breath. "In short, Admiral, I believe our entire fleet is ready for battle again." Dalla leaned closer to the observation window, curling her long fingers around the simulated wood of the railing. She tried unsuccessfully to stop a smile from creeping across her lips. The metallic smell of the air comforted her. She had lived on the Gorgon for over a decade now. The air had been reprocessed and replenished until pungent organic odors had been scoured away, leaving only sterile smells, the tang of metal and lubricating oils, the reassuring scent of pressed Imperial Navy uniforms and polished stormtrooper armor. "If I might ask a question, Admiral," Kratos said, glancing around to see the other personnel at their stations. Every head turned studiously away from the conversation, pretending not to listen. Dalla raised her eyebrows, waiting for him to continue. "With the information we gained from interrogating Han Solo, and with transmissions we've received, we know that the Emperor is no longer alive, that Darth Vader and Grand Moff Tarkin are also dead, and that the Empire has fragmented into civil war." Kratos hesitated. Dalla spoke for him. "You are wondering, Commander, who our Commander-in-Chief is?" Kratos nodded vigorously. "Grand Admiral Thrawn has been killed, as has Warlord Zizhin. We know of several commanders still fighting over the remnants of the Empire, but they seem more interested in destroying each other than in battling the rebellion. If I may make a suggestion, the Imperial Military Academy on Coradia still appears to be stable and loyal, with great many weapons at their disposal. Perhaps it would be best to—" "I don't think so," Dalla said sharply, turning from him to smother her scowl. She had been trained and trounced in the harsh military academy on Coradia. Because she was female, Dalla had been passed over for promotion after promotion. She had been given the worst assignments. She had been brutalized. And that had only increased her drive to succeed. Finally, she had created a false identity for herself through Coradia's vast computer networks, and used that identity in combat simulation rooms. She had won repeatedly, creating breakthrough tactics that had been adopted by many of the Imperial Army's ground assault forces. After Moff Tarkin had discovered Dalla's true identity and realized her talent, he had secretly whisked her away, using his new authority as Grand Moff of the Outer Rim territories. He had promoted her to the rank of Admiral, as far as she knew, the only female admiral in the entire Imperial fleet.
Yet because of the Emperor's own prejudices against women and non-human races, Tarkin had kept the truth about his new admiral a secret. Dala and Tarkin had become lovers, and to keep her from coming to the Emperor's attention, he had given her command of 4 Star Destroyers assigned to guard the super-secret think tank inside the Black Hole Cluster. But now that she had come out with her battleships, ready to devastate any planet loyal to the rebellion, Dala could not conceive of handing over that authority to her former persecutors on Coradia. She took a deep breath again and faced Commander Kratos. He stood without moving, still waiting for her response. Around the bridge, other crew members looked up from their stations, but when Dala glanced at them, they quickly found other things to do. Since the faction seem to have forgotten that our true enemy is the rebellion, I think we'll set an example for them. We must focus their attention on the appropriate enemy, the rebels who killed Grand Moff Tarkin, who destroyed the Death Star, who murdered the Emperor. Since Grand Admiral Thrawn was the only person in the Imperial fleet with a rank higher than my own, I must assume that my rank is now at least as high as any of the pretenders. Kratos' eyes widened, but Dala shook her head. Her long hair swirled like flickering flames. No, Commander, I have no intention of putting in my bid for what is left of the Empire. That's not a job I would relish. We'll leave that to the petty dictators. I just want to cause damage. Lots of it. Her lips curled in a snarl, and her voice grew husky. I think our best chance is to rely on hit-and-run tactics, guerrilla warfare. We have 3 Star Destroyers. That's enough to wipe out the civilizations on any number of worlds. We must hit fast and run fast. We will continue to pound the rebels for as long as we can. She glanced around the bridge to see that all personnel stood staring at her, some with wide eyes and gaping mouths, others grinning. Her crew had been bottled up for so long in the maw, ready to fight but denied any chance at action because they were forced to guard the group of prima donna weapons scientists. Dala glanced out at the Cauldron Nebula, saw the bright lights of other star systems piercing the haze of ionized gas. Many targets waited out there. She turned to the navigator station. Lieutenant, I want you to plot a course for the last known shipping lanes closest to our position. Yes, Admiral, the lieutenant said, practically leaping toward his station. Inform all personnel on the 3 ships, Dala said. A bold grin lit her face. She felt as if her blood had become molten copper. Her green eyes seemed to sparkle with laser bolts ready to be fired on unsuspecting prey. The fight was about to begin. Let's go hunting, Dala said, and a spontaneous cheer erupted from the bridge crew. Deep in space, the pack of Imperial Star Destroyers waited, sensors alert and scanning for the ripples of approaching ships. They hung at a hyperspace node on the far end of the Corellian trade spine, where all ships bound for Anoat or Bespin or other planets along the line would drop out of hyperspace to recalibrate their course and set off on a new vector. Dala paced the Gorgon's bridge, keeping her gaze moving, watching her personnel as they waited. Her scrutiny kept them on edge, nervous, intent on performing flawlessly. She was proud of her crew. She felt confident that they could wrench a proud victory from the rebel scum. One of the lieutenants straightened as his sensor counsel. Admiral, fluctuations indicate a ship arriving in hyperspace. Tracking. It's coming through. Dala snapped commands. Full alert. Instruct Basilisk and Manticore to power up their turbolaser batteries. Commander Kratos whirled from his station to delegate tasks. The intense alarm signal whooped through the decks of the Star Destroyer. Stormtroopers rushed to their posts, armor and boots clattering. Gunners, Dala shouted through the intercom. Target to disable only. We must take the ship. Here it comes, said the lieutenant. Dala spun to stare at the black emptiness of space, at the stars hanging motionless in complex patterns. A ripple appeared, like a scratch on black painted glass, and a mid-sized ship broke through into normal space and hung at a pre-programmed halt for navigational recalibration. Dala smiled, trying to imagine the expression on the captain's face as he suddenly found himself blockaded by 3 Imperial-class Star Destroyers. A Corellian corvette, Admiral, Kratos said, as if Dala could not identify it herself. She glanced at the distinctive hammerhead shape of the bridge section and the bank of 12 enormous hyperdrive and sublight rocket motors, glowing blue-white with exhaust. They're the most common galactic transports. Might just be merchants. What does it matter? Dalla said. Prepare to fire. Let's test the Basilisk's repaired turbolaser batteries. Admiral, the captain of the corvette is signaling us, the comm officer called. Ignore it. Basilisk, open fire. 2 surgical shots. Take out the rear hyperdrive units. Dalla watched, feeling the electrical thrill of command. 2 blinding green arrows lanced out. The first bolt spattered and diffused against the corvette's increased shields, but the second blast punched the weakened area and crippled the rocket engines. The corvette rocked in space, then slowly spun like a dead rodent on a wire. Red-yellow glow diffused from a ruptured power core. The 3 Star Destroyers loomed over the crippled ship. The corvette's captain is signaling surrender, the comm officer said. Dalla felt a brief twinge of disappointment, but brought it under control. She could not allow herself to make stupid mistakes. She'd already been overeager in pursuing Han Solo and the stolen Sun Crusher, and that zealousness had cost her to lose the Hydra. Commander Kratos stepped beside her, lowering his voice. What if this ship is not part of the Rebel Alliance? Many smugglers also use Corellian corvettes. A point well taken, Dalla said. Long ago Tarkin had impressed upon her that a good commander always listened to the opinions and suggestions of her trusted officers. If the captain has connections with a smuggling network rather than the rebellion, then perhaps we can put him to work for us. We could hire some spies, saboteurs. Kratos nodded at the suggestion. Engage a tractor beam, Dalla said. Open the lower bay doors, and we'll draw the corvette into our hangar. Dalla toggled the narrow beam comm system by her station, and an image of an Imperial Army general rose from the hollow dais. His form flickered blue with the fringes from transmission distortion. Dalla bent over the image, like a giant contemplating a toy. General Odosk, prepare your boarding party. Have you briefed your troops? Yes, Admiral, came the filtered voice. We know what to do. Dalla whisked his image into thin sparkles of static. It would be fitting to let survivors from the Hydra be the boarding party of their first captured ship. The crippled corvette, still leaking thermal emissions from its breached power core, rose on invisible strings of the Gorgon's tractor beam. The lower bay of the Star Destroyer slid open like the jaws of an enormous carnivore. The comm officer spoke again. Admiral, the captain of the corvette continues to ask for instructions. She sounds rather distraught. Dalla snapped around. She? The corvette has a female captain? It's a female voice, Admiral. Dalla tapped her fingers together, pondering the new information. Women seemed to have a much easier time at gaining command in the Rebel Alliance, but the extra burden of brutal struggle had made Dalla stronger. Keep her in suspense. Capture complete, Admiral, Commander Kratos said. The corvette offered no resistance. Boarding parties are ready. Close the hangar bay doors, Dalla said. Send a slicer team to drain the prisoner's computer core for information. We need maps, history tapes. We have too much to learn. Didn't you just order General Odusk and a special crew to board the ship? Kratos said. Dalla frowned sharply at him. They have other orders. You follow yours. Yes, Admiral. Kratos said in a small voice. Bring the captain of the corvette to the interrogation chambers. We may need to encourage a bit of truthfulness. Kratos nodded and walked briskly off the bridge. The door of the grim interrogation room sighed open with a discouraging hiss. When Dalla entered, she was disappointed to see the captured captain, a short, mouse-faced Sullustan with thick, rubbery jowls hanging around a weak chin. His great, glassy eyes, pitch-dark and glittering, reminded her of the black holes in the Maw cluster. The Sullustan captain jabbered in a panic, his lips wet with foaming drool. Beside him marched an old model chrome protocol droid that served as his translator. The droid moved arms and legs with humming, ratcheting motivators, as if its computer brain was so scrambled it could no longer control all of its systems at once. The droid spoke in a brisk female voice. Admiral, I'm so glad we've finally been brought to someone in charge. Can we straighten out this difficulty? We have done nothing wrong. Beside the droid, the Sullustan captain pushed on the tight skin cap covering his slobbering head. He jabbered away with a monotonous blub blub blub. The droid translated. Captain Tanub Badu demands an explanation. The Celestin babbled in alarm and checked the platinum arm of the droid. Correction. The captain respectfully requests that you be so kind as to explain your actions. Please tell us if there is anything he can do to avoid a diplomatic incident, as he has no wish to initiate any conflict. The Celestin captain nodded vigorously. A froth of saliva collected on his lips and ran in runnels between his flappy jowls. Wipe your chin, Dalla said. She looked at the horrendous interrogation chair strapped in the shadows of the room. The walls were covered with unfinished iron plates, held in place by large blocky bolts. Stains marked various places that had not been cleaned after earlier interrogations. The chair itself had angled pipes and tubing, restraints, chains, spikes, most of which served no purpose other than to increase a victim's terror. What we would like from the captain right now, Dalla said, turning back as if ignoring the chair, is some information. Perhaps you can provide it to us without our need to resorting to any unpleasantness. The captain flinched in terror. The platinum female droid shifted from foot to foot and then seemed to reach a decision. The droid looked with apparent adoration at the Celestin captain and then straightened herself and spoke in a clear, unfluttered voice. Admiral, I can provide that information. There is no need for you to torture my captain. The Celestin blubbed again, but the droid seemed not to hear. We are on a mission to provide supplies and new living units for a small colony on the planet Dantooine. The colony is not affiliated with the rebellion as of this moment. The colonists are harmless refugees. How many are in this colony? Dalla asked. Approximately 50, taken from the old mining outpost Il Shah. They are not presently armed. I see, Dalla said. Well, Captain, we must liberate your assets. I believe that a cargo hold of a Corellian corvette routinely carries provisions for up to a year without restocking. I am commandeering those provisions for the service of the Empire. This colony on Dantooine will have to get their supplies some other way. The Celestin chittered in dismay, and Dalla skewered him with a glare. Perhaps, Captain, you would like to step outside the airlock and file a complaint? The Celestin shut up instantly. The door of the interrogation chamber sighed open again, revealing 2 stormtrooper guards and Commander Kratos. Take the captain and his droid back to his ship, Dalla said, then cocked her head down to stare at the Celestin. Our crew is already emptying your cargo holds, but General Odusk has set his men to preparing and bypassing the damaged engine, enough that you could limp to another system. The Celestin bowed, speaking non-stop in his rodent-like language. The female droid stood at attention and spoke in an astonished voice. Why, thank you, Admiral. That is most respectful of you. We appreciate your hospitality. The stormtroopers took them away, clomping down the sterile halls of the Star Destroyer. The doors sealed shut again, leaving Dalla alone with Commander Kratos. He turned to her with wide, dark eyes below his beetling brows. Admiral, have we lowered ourselves to the level of space pirates, attacking transport ships and stealing supplies? Dalla removed a datapad from her hip and punched a button to call up her latest readout. She turned it toward him so he could look at the information. I appreciate your respect for the honor of the Imperial Navy, Commander. However, before I came to see the captives, I received a report regarding the contents of the corvette's cargo hold. There are indeed supplies for a new colony, but we've also found heavy weaponry, communications gear, and prefabricated equipment for starfighter hangars. She gestured toward the door. Back to the bridge. I want to see what happens next. What do you mean? Kratos said. Dalla switched off the datapad and looked at him. You'll see. Be patient for now. As they left, the door of the interrogation chamber slid shut, sealing behind it the darkness and the smell of fear trapped in the room. The close-up image of General Odusk flickered, but she could see the self-satisfied grin on his wide, swarthy face. Mission accomplished, Admiral. Excellent, General. I trust you are at a good vantage point? Odusk nodded. I wouldn't miss it. Thank you. Dalla turned back to the viewing window on the bridge. The wounded Corellian corvette dropped out of the Gorgon's hangar bay and drifted free in space. Back away, she told the navigator. Order the Basilisk and the Manticore to do the same. Yes, Admiral. The 3 Star Destroyers spread out and moved away from the much smaller ship. The corvette's damaged rocket engine no longer glowed. Kratos shook his head. I still can't believe you're letting him go. Dalla intentionally spoke loud enough for the rest of the bridge crew to hear. She rarely felt the need to explain her orders to underlings, but at certain times explaining her reasoning might make them respect her even more. Ships vanish all the time, Commander, Dalla said. If we simply destroyed this ship, it could be written off as some accident in transportation. A meteor storm, a breached reactor plate, bad navigation through hyperspace. But if we let this captain send a message first, then the Rebel Alliance will know what we have done. We can accomplish the same task, but increase the terror and chaos. Do you agree? Credis nodded, but he still looked doubtful. The comm officer spoke up. The transponder we implanted in his comm system has activated. He's sending a tight beam transmission to specific coordinates. Dalla smiled. Good. I didn't think he'd wait until he got clear. The comm officer pressed an ear jack to the side of his head. He's reporting the situation, Admiral. 3 Star Destroyers, fired upon without warning, taken prisoner and interrogated. I think that's enough, Dalla said. She opened the comm channel. General Odusk, proceed. She shielded her eyes. The thermal detonators planted against the reactor walls of the 12 rocket pods detonated simultaneously, blasting the inferno open and sending a tidal wave of deadly radiation through the Corellian ship. An instant later, the raging heat evaporated the entire hull, turning it into a metallic steam. The rocket pods blew up in brilliant sunbursts. Then the rest of the ship expanded outward in a blinding glare. Dalla nodded. I think the survivors of the Hydra have had their revenge. In stunned admiration, Credis smiled. I believe so, Admiral. She turned to face the rest of her bridge crew. We now have accurate maps and information on the political situation of the Rebel Alliance. We have struck our first blow, the first of many. Dalla drew a deep breath, feeling vibrant and alive with euphoria. Grand Moff Tarkin would have been proud of her. Our next stop will be the planet Dantooine, she said. We have a colony to visit.
5. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, gathered his 12 students in the grand audience chamber of the Massassi Temple. Diffuse orange light trickled through the narrow skylights. Lush vines climbed the stone walls, spreading out in verdant webs in the corners. Most of the flat stones were a non-reflective smoky gray. Other lozenges of dark green and vermilion and ochre stone ornamented the enormous chamber. Luke remembered standing here as a young man after their brief victory celebration following the destruction of the Death Star. He smiled as he recalled how Princess Leia had presented medals to him and Han Solo and Chewbacca. Now the grand audience chamber stood empty except for Luke and a small group of Jedi candidates. Luke watched the students file toward him along the broad promenade. Wearing dark brown Jedi robes, the candidates walked in eerie silence across the slick floor that had long ago been polished smooth by the mysterious Massassi. Streen and Gantoris moved first, side by side. Gantoris looked full of self-importance. Of all those Luke had gathered at his Jedi training center, Gantoris had so far shown the most progress, the most inner strength. Yet the man from El Shaw did not seem to realize that he stood at a crossroads. Gantoris would soon need to decide exactly how he would proceed in his growth with the Force. Behind the two of them came Karana T, one of the young and powerful witches of Dathomir, who had left the other Force-wielding, Rancor-riding women on her homeworld to learn better control. Karana T and the other witches had been instrumental in helping him recover an ancient wrecked space station, the Chunun Thor, in which resided many records of old Jedi training, records that Luke had studied to develop exercises for his Jedi trainees. Beside Karana T came Dorsk 81, a bald green and yellow-skinned humanoid from a world where all family units were genetically identical, cloned and raised to carry on the status quo. But Dorsk 81, the 81st incarnation of the same genetic attributes, had somehow been dramatically changed. Though he seemed identical in every way, his mind worked differently, his thoughts moved along different paths, and he could feel the Force working through him. With the hope of becoming a Jedi Knight, Dorsk 81 had left his homeworld of identical people for something new. Then came Cam Solusar, an older man, son of a Jedi that Vader had slaughtered long ago. Solusar had fled the Empire after the Great Jedi Purge and had spent decades in isolation beyond the inhabited star systems. Upon returning, Solusar had been captured and tortured by evil Jedi, twisted to the dark side of the Force, but Luke had bested him in the game of Lightsider. Solusar had received advanced training in certain areas, but because of his self-imposed exile, he still knew little about many aspects of the Force. As the rest of the candidates gathered at the raised platform, Luke shrugged back his hood and tried to mask his pride at seeing the group. If he successfully completed their training, these candidates would form the core of a new order of Jedi Knights, champions of the Force, to help protect the New Republic against dark times. He heard them stirring, not speaking to each other, each one no doubt wrapped up in thoughts of touching the Force, finding new pathways to inner strength and windows to the universe that only Jedi teachings could open for them. Their collective talent amazed him, but he hoped for even more trainees. Soon Han Solo would send his young friend, Kip Duran, and Luke had strongly hinted for his former opponent Mara Jade to join them, since they had struck an uneasy truce during the battle against Joruus C'baoth. At the podium, Luke tried to stand tall. He found the core of peace inside him that allowed him to speak with a firm voice. I have brought you here to study and to learn, but I myself am still learning. Every living thing must continue to learn until it dies. Those who cease to learn die that much sooner. Perhaps it was misleading when I called this an academy for Jedi. Though I will teach you everything I know, I don't want you merely to listen to me lecture. Your training will be a landscape of self-discovery. Learn new things and share what you have learned with others. I will call this place Apraxium. This word, made up of ancient roots, was first used by the Jedi scholar Karina, distilling the concepts of learning combined with action. Our praxium, then, is a place for the learning of action. A Jedi is aware, but he does not waste time in mindless contemplation. When action is required, a Jedi acts. Luke repositioned a small translucent cube on the raised dais behind him. He ran his fingers over the cool surface of the ancient knowledge repository Leia had stolen from the resurrected Emperor, the Jedi Holocron. We will invoke a past Jedi Master from the Holocron, Luke said. We have used this device to learn the ways of the old Jedi Knights. Let us see what stories it has for us this morning. He activated the precious artifact. In the distant past, it had been traditional for each Jedi Master to compile his life's knowledge and store it within a great repository such as this, which was then passed to one of his students. Luke had only begun to fathom its depths. An image formed both inside and outside the cube, a half-tangible projection that was more than just a stored bit of data. It was an interactive representation of the Jedi Master, a stubby alien, part insectile, part crustacean. It seemed to be bent with age or too much gravity. Its head extended into a long funnel, like a beak from which dangled whiskery protuberances. Close-set, glassy eyes stared like glittering pinpoints of knowledge. The creature leaned on a long wooden staff, its legs spindly and knobby as it swiveled its funnel-like face to contemplate the new audience. Tattered rags covered its body, sticking out in odd directions like clothing or external skin. Its voice came out in a reedy melody, like high-pitched music played under fast-running water. I am Master Vodo Siask Boss. Master Vodo, Luke said, I am Master Skywalker, and these are my apprentices. You have seen many things and recorded many thoughts. We'd be honored if you would tell us something we should know. The image of Master Vodo Siask Boss hung his beak-like head on a jointed elbow of neck, as if in contemplation. Luke knew that the holocron was simply uploading and sifting through reams of data, choosing an appropriate story through a personality algorithm stored with the Jedi Master's image. I must tell you of the great Sith War that occurred. Here the image paused as the holocron assessed the current situation. 4,000 years before your time. This war was caused by a student of mine, Exar Kun, who found forbidden teachings of the ancient Sith. He imitated the ways of the long-fallen Sith and used them to form his own philosophy of the Jedi Code, a distortion of all we know to be true and right. With this knowledge, Exar Kun established a vast and powerful brotherhood and claimed the title of the first Dark Lord of the Sith. Luke stiffened. Others have claimed that title, he said, even to this time, including Darth Vader. Master Vodo Siask Boss seemed to lean more heavily on his walking stick. I had hoped Exar Kun and his kind were defeated once and for all. Exar Kun joined forces with another powerful Jedi and great warlord, Ulic Heldroma. Exar Kun worked his invisible threads into the fabric of the Old Republic, bringing downfall through treachery and his distorted abilities with the Force. Master Voto looked at the gathered students. Gantoris seemed incredibly eager to hear more, leaning forward and staring with wide, dark eyes. The image of the long-dead Jedi Master turned to face Luke. You must warn your students to beware of the temptations of conquest. That is all I can tell you for now. The image flickered and wavered. With a feeling of deep uneasiness, Luke silenced the holocron. The images returned to swirling pearlescence inside its cubicle walls. I think that's enough for this morning, Luke said. We all know that other Jedi have followed the wrong path, bringing not only themselves but millions of innocents' lives to doom and suffering. But I trust you. A Jedi must trust himself, and a Jedi Master must trust his apprentices. Explore yourselves and your surroundings, in teams or alone, whichever makes you comfortable. Go to the jungle, go to other parts of this temple, or simply go back to your chambers. The choice is yours. Luke sat down on the edge of the raised stage and watched the students file out of the grand hall. The translucent cube of the holocron stood mute beside him, a vessel filled with valuable but dangerous knowledge. Obi-Wan Kenobi had been Luke's teacher. Luke had listened to every word the old man had said, trusting it. Yet Luke had later learned how often Obi-Wan had obscured the facts, had distorted information, or as Obi-Wan explained it, simply offered the truth from a certain point of view. Luke watched the robed forms and wondered if his students could handle the knowledge they might discover. What if, like ancient Exar Kun in Master Voto's story, they were tempted to uncover the forbidden teachings of the Sith that so subtly yet crucially differed from the Jedi Code? Luke feared what might happen should one of his students travel down the wrong path, but he also knew that he had to trust them, or they could never become Jedi Knights. Deep into the night, Gantoris hunched over the cluttered work table, secretly constructing his own lightsaber. A blanket of shadows surrounded him, obliterating distractions that might keep him from his task. His dark eyes had adjusted to the tight-beamed glow lamp that spilled a harsh pool of light over his debris-strewn work surface, leaving the rest of the room in murk. As Gantoris moved to pick up another precision tool, his shadow flapped like a bird of prey across the ancient stone walls. The great temple sat silent, like an ancient trap to stifle sound. The other students in Master Skywalker's Jedi Academy, his praxium, as he called it, had retired to their private chambers to fall into an exhausted sleep, or to meditate on Jedi relaxing techniques. Gantoris's neck ached, and his shoulder muscles burned from holding his cramped position for hours. He breathed in and out, smelling the thickness of old smoke and the scratchy moss that had worked for millennia to pry through cracks in the precisely placed temple blocks. The moss had withered not long after Gantoris had taken up residence in the chambers. Outside, the jungle of Yavin Forest simmered with restless life, rustling, chittering, singing, and shrieking, as stronger creatures fed, as weaker creatures died. Gantoris continued to work. He no longer needed sleep. He could draw the energy he required using different methods, secrets he had been taught that the other students did not suspect. His unbraided black hair stuck out in wiry shocks, and an acrid, gunpowdery smell clung to his cloak, his skin. He focused on the components scattered across the tables. Silver electronics, dull metal, glinting glass. He slid his fingertips across the cold bits of wire, picked up a sharp-edged micro-control box with trembling hands. Widening his eyes in annoyance, Gantoris stared at his hands until the trembling stopped, then set to work again. He understood how the pieces would all fit together. Once he had drawn together sufficient Jedi knowledge, everything seemed obvious to him. Obvious. The elegant energy blade served as the personal weapon of the Jedi, a symbol of authority, skill, and honor. Cruder weapons could cause more random destruction, but no other artifact evoked as much legend and mystery as the lightsaber. Gantoris would settle for nothing else. Every Jedi built his own lightsaber. It was a rite of passage in the training of a new student. Master Skywalker had not yet begun to teach him, though Gantoris had waited and waited. He knew he was the best of the students, and he chose not to wait any longer. Master Skywalker did not know everything a true Jedi Master must teach new apprentices. Skywalker had gaps in his knowledge, blank spaces he either did not understand or did not wish to teach. But Master Skywalker was not the only source of Jedi knowledge. Once he had forsaken sleep, Gantoris had taken to roaming the halls of the great temple, sliding barefoot and in silence along the cold floors that seemed to drink heat, no matter how warm the jungle had become during the day. Sometimes he wandered out into the rainforest at night, surrounded by mists and singing insects. The dew splashed his feet, his robe, making indecipherable patterns across his body like coded messages. Gantoris walked unarmed, silently daring any predator to challenge him, knowing that his Jedi skills would be proof against mere claws and fangs, but nothing molested him, and only once did he hear a large beast charging away from him through the underbrush. But the dark and mysterious voice that came to him in his nightmares had given him instructions on how to build a lightsaber. Gantoris had been driven with a new purpose. A true Jedi was resourceful. A true Jedi could make do. A true Jedi found what he needed. Using his ability to manipulate the simple objects, he had broken past the seals into the locked rebel control rooms in the temple's lower levels. Banks of machinery, computers, landing grid panels, and automated defense systems sat covered with grime from a decade of abandonment. Master Skywalker had repaired little of the equipment. Jedi apprentices had no need for most of it. Quietly and alone, Gantoris had removed access panels, stripped out microcomponents, focusing lenses, laser diodes, and a cylindrical casing 27 centimeters long. It had taken him 3 nights, tearing apart the silent equipment, stirring up dust and spores, sending rodents and arachnids scurrying to safety. But Gantoris had found what he needed. Now he assembled the pieces. Under the garish light, Gantoris picked up the cylindrical casing. He used a spot laser welder to cut notches for the control switches. Each Jedi built his own lightsaber to a range of specifications and personal preferences. Some included safety switches that shut off the glowing blade if the handle was released, while other weapons could be locked on. Gantoris had a few ideas of his own. He installed a small but efficient power cell. It snapped into place, connecting precisely. Gantoris sighed, concentrated a moment to still his trembling hands again, then picked up another set of delicate wires. He flinched, whirling to look behind him in the shadows. He thought he had heard someone coming, the rustle of dark garments. Gantoris stared with his red-rimmed eyes, trying to discern a dim human form in the corner. "Speak if you're there," Gantoris cried. His voice sounded harsh, as if he had swallowed burning coals. When the shadows did not answer him, he sighed with cool relief. His mouth tasted dry, and soreness worked its way through his throat, but he willed away the feeling. He could drink water in the morning. A Jedi endured. Building the lightsaber was his personal test. He had to do it alone. Next, he took out the most precious piece of the weapon, 3 Corsica jewels, cast out from the high-pressure hell of the gas giant Yavin's core. When he and his addle-brained companion Streen had discovered the new Masasi temple far out in the jungle, Gantoris had found these gems on the steep obsidian walls. Embedded among the hypnotic pictographs etched into the black volcanic glass, the jewels had glinted in the hazy orange daylight. Though they had remained untouched for thousands of years, these 3 gems had flaked off as Gantoris stared at them. They fell to his feet in the crushed lava rocks surrounding the lost temple. Gantoris had picked up the gems, cupping the warm crystals in his hands, as Streen wandered among the obelisks, chattering to himself. Now Gantoris removed the jewels, one watery pink, another deep red, and the third starkly transparent with an inner electric blue fire along the edges of the facets. He was meant to have these jewels. They were destined for his own lightsaber. He knew that now. He understood all of his former nightmares, his former fears. Most lightsabers had only a single jewel that focused the pure energy from the power cell into a tight beam. By adding more than one gem, Gantoris's blade would have unexpected capabilities to surprise Master Skywalker. Finally, his fingers raw and aching, Gantoris sat up. Pain embroidered fire lines across his neck, shoulders, and back, but he washed it away with a simple Jedi exercise. Outside the great temple, he could hear the changing symphony of jungle sounds as nocturnal creatures found their dens, and daylight animals began to stir. Gantoris held the cylindrical handle of his lightsaber and inspected it under the glow lamp's unforgiving light. Craftsmanship was everything in a weapon like this. A barely noticeable variance could cause a disastrous blunder. But Gantoris had done everything right. He had taken no shortcuts, allowed no sloppiness. His weapon was perfect. He pushed the activator button. With a snap hiss, the awesome blade thrummed and pulsed like a living creature. The chain of 3 jewels gave the energy blade a pale purplish hue, white at the core, amethyst at the fringes, with rainbow colors rippling up and down the beam. Accustomed to the dimness, Gantoris squeezed his eyes to block out the glare, then gradually opened them again, staring in amazement at what he had made. He moved the blade, and the air crackled around him. The hum sounded like thunder, but none of the other students would hear it through the mammoth thickness of the stone walls. In his grip, the blade felt like a winged serpent, sending the sharp scent of ozone curling to his nose. He slashed back and forth. The lightsaber became a part of him, an extension of his arm connected through the force to strike down any enemy. He sensed no heat from the vibrating blade, only a cold, annihilating fire. He deactivated the blade, awash in euphoria, and carefully hid the completed lightsaber under his sleeping pallet. "Now Master Skywalker will see I am a true Jedi," he said to the shadows along the walls. But no one answered him. 6. The private investigatory proceedings of the New Republic's ruling council stood closed against Admiral Akbar. He waited in the anteroom outside, stared at the tall steel-stone door as if it were a wall blocking the end of his life. He stared unblinking at the designs and scrollwork modeled by the Emperor Palpatine after ancient Sith hieroglyphics, and they disturbed him. Akbar sat on the cold, synthetic stone bench, feeling only his misery, despair, and failure. He nursed his bandaged left arm and felt pain slice up and down his biceps, where tiny needles held the slashed salmon-colored skin together. Akbar had refused standard treatment by medical droid or healing in a bacta-tank program for calamarian physiology. He preferred to let the painful recuperation remind him of the destruction he had caused on Vortex. He cocked his enormous head, listening to the rise and fall of heated voices through the closed door. He could make out only a mingled murmur of mixed voices, some strident, some insistent. He looked down and self-consciously brushed at his clean, white admiral's uniform. His remaining injuries seemed insignificant compared to the pain inside him. In his mind he kept seeing the crystalline cathedral of winds shatter around him in an avalanche of shards, hurling a storm of glassy daggers in all directions. He saw the bodies of winged Vors tumbling around him, slaughtered by the razor-edged crystal sabers. Akbar had ejected Leia to safety, but he wished he had been brave enough to switch off the crash field, because he did not want to live with such disgrace. Akbar had been piloting the deadly ship, no one else. He had crashed into the precious Cathedral of Winds, no one else. He looked up at the sound of shuffling footsteps and saw another calamarian approaching tentatively down the rose-hued corridors. The other ducked his head, but swiveled his great fish eyes up to look at his admiral. "Turpin," Akbar said. His voice sounded listless, like words dropped onto the polished floor, but he tried to dredge up enthusiasm. "You've come after all." "I could never desert you, Admiral. The calamarian crewmen remain your firm supporters, even after." Akbar nodded, knowing the unshakable loyalty of his chief starship mechanic. As with many of his people, Turpin had been taken away from his watery homeworld, kidnapped by imperial enslavers, and forced to work on designing and refining their star destroyers with the renowned calamarian starship building expertise. But Turpin had attempted sabotage and had been tortured, severely. The scars still showed on his battered head. During the imperial occupation of the planet Calamari, Akbar himself had been pressed into service as a reluctant aide to Moff Tarkin. He had served Tarkin for several years, until he finally escaped during a rebel attack.
Have you completed your investigation? Akbar asked. Have you gone over the records that survived the crash?
Turpin turned his head away. He clasped his broad flipper hands together, his skin flushed with splotches of bright maroon, showing his embarrassment and shame. I have already filed my report with the New Republic Council. He looked meaningfully at the closed door of the chamber. I suspect they are discussing it even now. Akbar felt as if he had just attempted to swim under an ice floe. And what did you find? He said in a firm voice, trying to resurrect the power of command. I found no indication of mechanical failure, Admiral. I've gone over the crash tapes again and again, and have simulated the flight path through the recorded wind patterns on Vortex. I continue to come up with the same answer. Nothing was wrong with your ship. He looked up at the Admiral, then turned away again. Akbar could tell that his report was as difficult for Turpin to say as it was for Akbar to hear. I checked your ship myself before you took off for Vortex. I found no indications of mechanical instabilities. I suppose I could have missed something. Akbar shook his head. Not you, Turpin. I know your work too well. Turpin continued in a quieter voice. I can only reach one conclusion from the data, Admiral. But Turpin's voice cut off as if he refused to speak the inevitable. Akbar did it for him. Pilot error, he said. I caused the crash. It's my fault. I've known it all along. Turpin stood, his head hung so low that he showed only the bulging sack-like dome of his cranium. I wish there was some way I could prove otherwise, Admiral. Akbar extended a flipper hand and placed it on Turpin's gray crewman's uniform. I know you've done your best. Now please do me one more favor. Outfit another B-wing for my personal use and provision it for a long journey. I'll be flying alone. Someone might object to you flying again, Admiral, Turpin said, but don't worry. I can find some way around the problem. Where will you be going? Home, Akbar answered, after I tend to some unfinished business. Turpin saluted smartly. Your ship will be waiting for you, sir. Akbar felt a hard knot in his chest as he returned the salute. He stepped forward to the closed steel stone door and pounded on the ornate surface, demanding to be let in. The heavy door groaned open on automatic hinges. Akbar stood at the threshold as the members of the ruling council turned to look at him. The flowstone seats were sculpted and polished to a high luster, including the empty chair that still bore his own name. The air was too dry for his nostrils and stank with the underlying dusty smell of a museum. He could detect the pungent, nervous odor of human sweat mixed with the peppery steam for their chosen hot drinks and refreshments. Obese Senator Hrecken Thorm waved a pudgy hand at Akbar. Why don't we make him lead the reparations team? That seems appropriate to me. I wouldn't think the Vors want him anywhere near their planet, Senator Bel Iblis said. The Vors haven't asked us to help them rebuild it all, Leia Organa Solo said, but that doesn't mean we should ignore it. We're lucky the Vors are not as emotional as other races. This is already a terrible tragedy, but it does not seem likely it will turn into a galactic incident, Mon Mothma said. Gripping the edge of the table, she stood and finally acknowledged Akbar's presence. Her skin looked pale, her face gaunt, her eyes and cheeks sunken. She had skipped many important meetings lately. Akbar wondered if the Vortex tragedy had worsened her health. Admiral, Mon Mothma said, these proceedings are closed. We will summon you after we have taken a vote. Her voice seemed stern and cracking, devoid of the compassion that had launched her career in galactic politics. Minister of State Leia Organa Solo looked at him with her dark eyes. A flood of sympathy crossed her face, but Akbar turned away with a stab of anger and embarrassment. He knew Leia would argue his case most strongly, and he expected support from General Riken and General Dodonna, but he did not know how Senators Garm Bel Iblis, Hrecken Thorm, or even Mon Mothma herself would vote. That doesn't matter, Akbar thought. He would remove their need to decide, remove the possibility of further humiliation. Perhaps I can make these deliberations easier on all of us, Akbar said. What do you mean, Admiral? Mon Mothma said, frowning at him. Her face was seamed with deep lines. Leia half rose as she suddenly understood. Don't. Akbar made a decisive gesture with his left fin hand, and Leia reluctantly sat down again. He touched the left breast on his pristine white uniform, fumbling with the catch as he removed his admiral's rank insignia. I have caused enormous pain and suffering to the people of Vortex. I have brought intense embarrassment to the New Republic, and I have called down terrible shame upon myself. I hereby resign as commander of the New Republic fleet, effective immediately. I regret the circumstances of my departure, but I am proud of the years I have served the Alliance. I only wish I could have done more. He placed his insignia on the creamy alabaster shelf in front of the empty council seat that had once been his own. In shocked silence, the other council members stared at him like mute tribunal. Before they could voice their mandatory, and probably insincere, objections, Akbar turned and strode out of the room, walking as tall as he dared, yet feeling crushed and insignificant. He walked back toward the quarters to pack his most prized possessions, before heading to the hangar bay, where he would take the ship Turpin had promised him. He had one place to visit first, and then he would return to his homeworld of Calamari. If General Obi-Wan Kenobi could vanish into obscurity on a desert planet like Tatooine, Akbar could do the same and live out the rest of his life among the lush sea tree forests under the seas. With the pretense of taking out a B-Wing fighter to test its response under extreme distress, Turpin soared away from Coruscant. The other distraught Calamarian crewmen wished him luck before he departed, assuming he intended to continue his desperate work to clear Admiral Akbar's name. But just before the jump into hyperspace, Turpin entered a new series of coordinates into the nav computer. The B-Wing lurched to the blast of hyperdrive engines. Star lines appeared around him, and the ship snapped into the frenzied, incomprehensible swirl of hyperspace. He reflexively slid the negating membrane over his glassy eyes. Turpin felt shudders pass through his body as he strained to resist the calling. But he knew by now, after all these years, that he could do nothing to fight it. Screaming nightmares never let him forget his ordeal in the hellish conditioning on the Imperial military training planet of Coradia. The scars on his battered head were not just from torture, but from Imperial vivisection, where the doctors had sawed open his skull and scooped out portions of his brain, segments that controlled a Calamarian's loyalty, his volition, and his resistance to special commands. The cruel xenosurgeons had replaced the missing areas of Turpin's brain with specially grown organic circuits that mimicked the size, shape, and composition of the removed tissue. The organic circuits were perfectly camouflaged and could resist the most penetrating medical scan, but they made him a helpless cyborg, a perfect spy and saboteur who could not think for himself when the Imperials wanted him to think their thoughts. The circuits left him sufficient mental capacity to play his part, to make his own excuses each time the Imperials summoned him. After guiding his ship for several standard time units, Turpin looked at the chronometer. At the precise instant indicated, he pulled the levers that switched off the hyperdrive motors and kicked in the sublight engines. His ship hung near the lacy veil of a crone drift, the gaseous remnants of a multiple supernova where 4 stars had simultaneously erupted some 4 millennia ago. The wisps of gas crackled with pink screens and searing white. The residual X-rays and gamma radiation from the old supernova caused static over his comm system, but it would also mask this meeting from prying eyes. A dark Coradian ship already hung there waiting for him. With a flat stealth coating on its hull, the Coradian ship looked like a matte black insect that swallowed starlight, leaving only a jagged silhouette against the starfield. Protrusions of assault blasters and sensor antennas struck out like spines. A burst of static came across Turpin's comm system. Then the tight beam hollow transmission of Ambassador Fergan's head focused itself inside the B-Wing cockpit. "Well, my little fish friend," Fergan said. His huge eyebrows looked like black feathers curling up on his forehead. "What is your report? Explain why our 2 victims were not killed in the crash you engineered." Turpin tried to stop the words from coming, but the organic circuits kicked in, providing all the answer the Imperial ambassador needed. "I sabotaged Akbar's personal ship, and that should have meant death for both passengers, but even I underestimated Akbar's skill as a pilot." Fergan scowled. "So the mission failed."
On the contrary, Turpin said, I believe it is even more successful.
The new republic is far more affected by this chain of events than it would be if a simple crash had killed the Minister of State and the Admiral. Their fleet commander has now resigned in disgrace, and the ruling council is left without an obvious replacement. Fergus considered for a moment, then nodded as a slow smile spread across his fat, dark lips. He changed the subject.
Have you made any progress in uncovering the location of the third Jedi baby?
During his torturous conditioning, Turpin had spent 4 weeks with his head entirely encased in a solid plasteel helmet that kept him blinded, sent jabs of pain at random at malicious intervals. He could not speak or drink or eat, fed entirely through intravenous nutritional supplements. Now, as he sat trapped inside the cockpit of the B-Wing fighter, he felt swallowed up in that black pit again. Turpin answered in a steady, uninflected voice. I have told you before, Ambassador. Anakin Solo is being held on a secret planet, the location of which is known only to a very few, including Admiral Akbar and the Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. I think it highly unlikely that Akbar will divulge it in casual conversation. Fergus looked as if he had just bitten something sour and wanted to spit it out.
Then what good are you?
Turpin would have taken no offense even if his organic circuitry had allowed him to. I have set into motion another plan that may provide the information you seek. Turpin had performed the task with parts of his mind he did not own. Flipperhands, moving not of his own volition, had completed what the rest of him wanted to scream against.
Your plan had better work, Fergus said. And one last question. I've noticed that Mon Mothma has avoided public appearances for several weeks. She has not attended many important meetings, sending proxies instead. Tell me, how is dear Mon Mothma's health? He began to chuckle. Failing, Turpin said, cursing himself. The laughter in Fergus's face suddenly vanished, and his holographic eyes stared into Turpin's great watery discs. Go back to Coruscant, my little fish, before they notice you've disappeared. We wouldn't want to lose you when there's so much work left to do. Fergus's transmission winked out. A moment later the beetle-like ship turned, and with blue-white flare of its hyperdrive engines, burst into a fold of space and vanished.
Turpin hung alone in the darkness, looking out at the glowing slash of the crone drift, surrounded by the echoing walls of his own betrayal. 7. Bearing only a dim glow lamp, Luke Skywalker led a procession of his Jedi students deep into the lower levels of the Massassi Temple. Dressed in hooded robes, none of them voiced objections to Luke's nighttime journey. By now they had grown accustomed to his eccentric training methods. Luke noted the cold, smooth stone against his bare feet, then dismissed the sensation. A Jedi must be aware of his environment, but must not let it affect him in ways he does not desire. Luke repeated the phrase to himself, focusing on the state of perfect control he had learned only gradually through the teachings of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, and his own exercises of self-discovery. He initially noted the silence of the temple, then scolded himself as he broadened his perceptions. The great temple was not silent. The stone blocks ticked and trembled as they cooled in the deepening night. Air currents danced in faint breaths. Slow-motion rivers through the enclosed passageways. Tiny, sharp-footed arachnids clicked across the floors and walls. Dust settled. Luke led his group down the flagstone steps until he stood facing a blank stone wall. He waited. Dark-haired Gantoris was the first to notice a tenuous wisp of pale mist through a flaw in the rock. I see steam. I smell sulfur, Kem Solusar said. Good, Luke said. He worked the secret panel that slid aside the stone door to a maze of sunken and half-collapsed passages. The tunnel sloped down, and the students followed as he ducked into the deeper shadows. His glow lamp spilled a flickering pool of light in a faint, washed-out circle. His own shadow looked like a hooded monster, a distortion of Darth Vader's black form against the cramped walls. The underground passage hooked to the left, and now Luke could smell bright and sharp brimstone fumes. The lumpy rock wept condensed moisture. In a moment he could hear the simmering of water, the whisper of steam, the stone sighing with escaping heat. Luke emerged into the grotto and paused to draw a deep breath of the acrid air. The stone felt slick beneath the soles of his feet, warm and wet. The other trainees joined him, looking down at a roughly circular mineral spring. Pearl-like chains of bubbles laced the clear water as volcanic gases seeped through the rocks. Steam rose from the pool's surface, twisting in stray air currents. The water reflected the glow lamp with a jewel blue color from algae clinging to the sides. Ledges of stone and crusted mineral deposits made footholds and shallow seats on the walls of the hot spring. "This is our destination," Luke said, then switched off the glow lamp. The underground darkness swallowed them, but only for a moment. Luke heard two trainees draw in deep breaths. Streen and Dorsk 81, but the others managed to restrain their surprise. Luke stared into the blackness, willing it to peel back. Gradually light did filter back, a distant gleam of reflected starlight from an opening in the ceiling high above. "This is an exercise to help you concentrate and attune yourself to the Force," Luke said. "The water is a perfect temperature. You will float. You will drift. You will reach out and touch the rest of the universe." He shed his Jedi robe in the near darkness and slipped without a splash into the spring. He heard the rustle of cloth as the others disrobed and moved toward the edge. The water's sudden heat stung his skin, and the foam of rising bubbles tingled against him. Ripples traversed the pool as the Jedi candidates slid in one at a time. He sensed them floating, relaxing, allowing themselves to gasp with pleasure and warmth. Luke drew slow, deep breaths as he lay back, drifting, purging his mind and body. The bite of sulfur in the air scrubbed his throat raw and clean. The heat and bubbles opened his pores. "There is no emotion, there is peace," he said, echoing words from the Jedi code that Yoda had taught him. "There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no death, there is the Force." He heard mingling voices as the 12 others repeated his words. But this was too formal for him, too stiff and stilted. He wanted them to understand him, not memorize mantras. "Right now you are floating in warmth, in near darkness. Imagine yourselves totally immersed, surrounded, free. Let your minds wander of their own accord, travel along the ripples in the Force." He swirled his hands, gently stroking back and forth to generate waves in the pool. The other students stirred. He could sense them around him, concentrating, trying too hard. "Look up," he said. "First you must find the place where you are, before you can journey elsewhere." Overhead, high up in the rocky ceiling, a slash of stars spilled through a crack. The pinpoints winked and shimmered with currents in Yavin 4's atmosphere. "Feel the Force," he said in a whisper, then repeated the words with greater strength. "Feel the Force. You are a part of it. You can travel with the Force, down into the core of this moon and out into the stars. Every living thing strengthens the Force, and everything draws strength from it. Concentrate with me and observe the limitless vistas your skills will show you." Drifting in the warm water, feeling the fizz of bubbles against his skin, Luke looked up at the confined patch of stars through the broken ceiling, then looked back down into the darkened pool. "Can you see it?" he said. The bottom of the pool flickered, opening a gateway to the universe. He saw the glory of stars, arms of the galaxy, stars exploding in titanic death throes, nebula coalescing in a blazing wash of birth. He heard unbridled gasps as the Jedi candidates saw the same vision. They each seemed to be a self-contained form hovering over the universe, where they could get the ultimate perspective, a true view from a height. Luke felt the wonder pulsing through him as he identified Coruscant and the Emperor's core worlds. He saw the embattled systems where tattered Imperial remnants fought each other in civil warfare. He saw the empty systems that had once been controlled by the Sisi Rook Imperium, until they had been defeated by the combined Empire and Rebel forces at Bakura. Luke recognized and named planets he had known: Tatooine, Bespin, Hoth, Endor, Dathomir, and many others, including the secret world of Anoth, where he and Admiral Akbar had hidden Han and Leia's third baby. But then the names and coordinates of the planets soured in his mind, and Luke scolded himself for thinking like a tactician, like a starship pilot. Names meant nothing, positions meant nothing. Every world and every star was a part of the galaxy, as were Luke and his trainees at the Jedi Praxium, as were the plants and creatures in the jungle above. His attuned senses picked up a change deep within the subterranean chambers, sleeping volcanic outlets that provided geothermal heat to the mineral spring. Somewhere deep in the crust of Yavin 4, a bubble had burst, spewing hot gases upward, simmering through cracks in the rock, rising, seeking an escape route, coming toward them. A dark rift appeared in the image of the galaxy below them. With a sudden wave of alarm, 4 of the Jedi trainees sloshed in the warm water, attempting to reach the edge. Others clenched themselves in panic. Luke fought down his own fear and made his voice rich and forceful, as he had once tried to sound when negotiating with Jabba the Hutt. His words came out rapidly, filling the remaining seconds. A Jedi feels no heat or cold. A Jedi can extinguish pain. Strengthen yourselves with the Force. Luke thought of the time he had walked across lava on one of the tests Gantoris had imposed upon him. He willed extra protection into his body, forming an imaginary sheath around his exposed skin, thin as a thought and strong as a thought. He scanned the concerned faces in a flash, saw Karana T close her green eyes and grit her teeth. Middle-aged Cam Solusar stared at nothing, yet maintained a confident air. Streen, the Bespin cloud hermit, seemed not to understand, but he instinctively increased his protection. As the large, shifting bubbles boiled to the surface, Dorsk 81, the yellow-skinned clone from the bureaucratic planet, scrambled toward the edge. Luke saw that he would never make it in time. Unless Dorsk 81 set up his personal defenses in the next few seconds, he would be boiled as the hot gas escaped into the air. Before Luke could move, Gantoris reached Dorsk 81, gripping the alien's naked shoulder with his calloused hand. "Ride it with me," Gantoris said, raising his voice above the hissing noise. Volcanic gas bubbles surged to the surface of the hot spring. Luke saw a wall of protection surround Gantoris and Dorsk 81, incredibly strong, and then the primal, potent gases belched around them, turning the water into a foaming fury. Luke felt the stab of intense heat, but he willed it away. He could feel the strength grow as the candidates all understood and reinforced each other. The scalding onslaught lasted only a few seconds, and the boiling surface of the pool began to return to stillness. The window to the universe had vanished. "Enough for tonight," Luke said, sighing in satisfaction. He heaved himself dripping over the lip of the mineral spring and stood. He could smell sulphurous steam rising from his body as he found the rough folds of his Jedi robe piled on the floor. "Think about what you have learned." With that, the trainees began laughing and congratulating each other. They climbed out, one by one. Gantoris assisted Dorsk 81, who thanked him before donning his robe. "Next time I will be stronger," Dorsk 81 said in the dimness. "I know you will be." Luke met the dark-haired man as he pulled the robe over his head. "That was a good thing you did, Gantoris." "It was only heat," Gantoris said, and his voice became grim. "There are far worse things than heat." He paused, then spoke as if divulging a secret. "Master Skywalker, you are not the dark man who haunted my nightmares on Eel Shaw. I know that now." The confession took Luke aback. He could not see Gantoris's expression in the dim light. On Eel Shaw, Gantoris had suffered horrifying premonitions, but he had not spoken of his nightmares since arriving on Yavin 4. Luke tried to ask why he had mentioned it now, but the other man turned, gliding past the gathering trainees, as they made their way back up the gloomy tunnels. In the humid morning, the trainees gathered in the ship landing area to continue their exercises. Mists rose to the crown of the great temple. Sounds of the stirring jungle buzzed around the students as they practiced preposterous lessons to improve their supernatural balance, to encourage simple feats of levitation. Luke paced among them as they attempted the things Yoda had taught him in the steamy swamps of Dagobah. He smiled as Karana T and the young minstrel/historian, Tion, joined forces. Laughing and concentrating, the two women lifted R2-D2 in the air as the little droid puttered around, clearing the ever-encroaching weeds from the landing grid. R2 vented electronic beeps and whistles as he floated. His treads spun in the air. Behind them, Gantoris emerged from the shadowy mouth of the temple, striding into the hazy light. Luke turned to watch him approach. "Glad you could join us, Gantoris,"
he said with a combined touch of good humor and scolding, as he looked significantly up at how high the orange gas giant had risen to fill much of the sky. Cantorus's face looked rough and red, as if scorched. Tough, smooth skin covered his forehead where his eyebrows should have been. He had braided his thick black hair into a long strand that hung past his shoulders. "I have been preparing for a new test," Gantor said, and reached into the folds of his robe. He removed a black cylinder. Luke blinked his eyes in astonishment at seeing a newly constructed lightsaber. R2 crashed to the ground with a terrified squeal as both Karana T and Tion lost their concentration. The others ceased their lessons and stared in astonishment. "Fight me, Master Skywalker," Gantor said. He removed his robe to display the padded captain's uniform he had worn as the leader of his people on Io Shaw. "Where did you get a lightsaber?" Luke asked cautiously, his mind whirling. None of his students should have been able to master the technology or the discipline yet. Gantoris fingered the controls on the handle, and with a loud spitting sound the glowing blade extended, a white, incandescent core of energy fringed with deep violet. He moved his wrist, flicking the blade back and forth, testing it. A bone-vibrating hum scalded the air. "Isn't it the test of a Jedi to build his own lightsaber?" Luke proceeded carefully. "The lightsaber may seem the simplest of weapons, but it is difficult to master. An unpracticed wielder is as likely to injure himself as his opponent. You aren't ready for this, Gantoris." But Gantoris stood like a weathered Massassi colossus, holding the blazing edge of his lightsaber vertically in front of his face. "If you don't ignite your lightsaber and fight me, I will cut you down right here." He paused with a smirk. "That would be a rather embarrassing fate for a Jedi Master, wouldn't it?" Reluctantly, Luke shrugged out of his robe. He pulled his own lightsaber from the waist of his comfortable gray flight suit, and feeling the Force thrum through him, ignited the yellow-green blade. The other trainees watched in amazed silence. Luke wondered how he could have miscalculated so greatly, how Gantoris had gained access to information that only an advanced student should have obtained. He stepped forward, raising his blade. Gantoris stared, unblinking. Luke saw his red-rimmed eyes burn with a depthless intensity, and he felt a twinge of fear. They crossed blades with a crackle of dissipating power, testing each other. He felt the resistance of the energy blades, the flow of the Force. He and Gantoris struck again, harder this time, and sparks flew. Abandoning all pretense of testing, Gantoris launched himself at Luke, hacking and slashing with the white-violet saber. Luke blocked each blow, but fought only defensively to keep from provoking his student. Gantoris made no sound as he struck again and again. The lightsabers intersected with a flash of multicolored lightning. The fury in Gantoris astonished Luke, and he backed toward the jungle's edge, unnerved by the violence. Gantoris pressed his advantage. Luke blocked away all thoughts of the other trainees watching. "Am I a Jedi now?" Gantoris asked in a husky voice. Luke parried, then blocked another blow, locking both blades in a snapping, sizzling spray of discharged energy. He spoke through clenched teeth. "Training requires diligence and commitment and control. A Jedi needs to know more than how to build a lightsaber. He must also learn how and when to use it." Luke dove forward, suddenly taking the offensive. He struck and struck, careful not to injure Gantoris, but confident in showing his mastery. The lightsaber is the weapon of the Jedi Knight, but a true Jedi barely uses it to settle a dispute. It is better to outthink and outmaneuver your opponent, but when forced, a Jedi strikes quickly and decisively. He slashed down hard. Clumsily defending himself, Gantoris backed into a tangle of jungle. Dew sprayed from underbrush as they trampled strands of climbing ferns. Startled flying creatures flapped away with squawks. Gantoris swung and slashed wildly at Luke's lightsaber, using brute force but no finesse. He bumped against a wide, bold Massassi tree, and flakes of purplish bark fell to the ground in an uneven pattern. Luke stood over him, intending to call an end to the duel, but Gantoris' eyes blazed brighter. As if springing a trap, he fingered a button on his lightsaber handle, and the violet-edged blade suddenly extended like a spear, flashing outward to nearly double its length. Reacting with lightning reflexes, Luke jerked aside.
and the point of Gantoris' energy blade slashed through the sleeve of his gray flight suit, leaving a smoldering gash. He stared at Gantoris in disbelief for a precious fraction of a second. Not only had Gantoris built his own lightsaber, but he had constructed a blade with multiple jewels, allowing him to adjust the amplitude of his blade. Such a weapon was at least twice as difficult to make as a traditional lightsaber, and Gantoris had done it by himself. Without pausing, Gantoris pressed his advantage, lunging with his longer blade, knowing that Luke could not come close enough to touch him. The thin, wavering voice of Streen called out, "Gantoris!" Unheeded by Luke or Gantoris, the other students pressed toward the edge of the jungle, but this battle was between Luke and Gantoris alone. He was dismayed to see the recklessness in Gantoris. It reminded him of his own last battle with Darth Vader as the Emperor gloated, encouraging Luke to feel the anger flow through him. Luke had almost fallen then, almost allowed himself to give in to his anger and begin the journey to the dark side, but he had been strong enough in the end. Gantoris seemed dangerously close to the edge. Luke coiled his muscles, gathered his strength, and leaped upward. With a boost of his levitating ability, he soared high enough to reach a thick lower branch of the Masasi tree. He landed gently, keeping his balance as he looked down at the outraged Gantoris. "How did you learn all this?" Luke called over the hum of lightsabers, trying to break through Gantoris' intensity. The fiery-tempered man turned his face up, glaring with red-rimmed eyes. "You are not the only teacher of the Jedi way." With a low-throated outcry, Gantoris held his lightsaber with both hands and slashed sideways, sizzling through the massive trunk of the tree. Sparks and smoke and the wet cinnamon smell of scalded sap spilled into the air. The ancient tree shifted sideways, then crashed through clinging upper branches as it toppled. Luke leaped free and landed easily in a rotting tangle of moss and fallen branches. He needed to end this soon. Gantoris seemed possessed by an anger he could not control, and simple Jedi calming techniques could not reach him. Gantoris shortened his blade to a more usable length, matching Luke's as he came in for the attack. Luke let his student press him back, through climbing ferns and brilliant nebula orchids. He reached out through the force, sensing the jungle around them, looking for a useful diversion, and found it. He faked a stumble against a broken fungus-covered rock and lurched sideways toward a thicket. Gantoris charged after him, slashing vines out of the way in puffs of gray steam. Gantoris would never hear the burbling, grunting noises coming from the thicket. Luke jumped aside as Gantoris hammered down with his lightsaber. The violet-white blade sliced through thorns and interlocked twigs, and a startled, outraged beast charged out of the underbrush with an operatic range of bellows. The snorting Runyip flailed from side to side as it stampeded past them. It was a massive, clumsy creature, covered with oily fur and clods of dirt stuck to its flexible nose, where it had been rooting among the decaying vegetation. The outburst distracted Gantoris for only a second, but Luke used the moment to reach out with the force. Grasping with invisible hands, he yanked the lightsaber handle out of Gantoris' grip and used his skill to push the button that deactivated the blade. Luke snatched Gantoris' weapon from the air, gripping it with his left hand, and switched off his own lightsaber. Suddenly, without the roaring hiss of dual blades, the jungle seemed disturbingly silent. Gantoris stared at him, unmoving. Both of them panted with trembling exhaustion. They stood close to each other, within arm's reach. Pearls of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Reaching his decision, Luke broke the frozen moment. He flipped the handle of Gantoris' lightsaber forward and extended it toward the other man. Gantoris tentatively took his weapon back, glanced at it, then met Luke's gaze again. "Good exercise, Gantoris," Luke said, "but you must learn to control your anger. It could be your undoing." 8. Through the shimmering haze of a security field deep within the steel-crete mazes of Coruscant, Kip Duran looked at the thorn shape of the Sun Crusher. He squinted to get a better view, leaning forward until 3 heavily armed New Republic guards strode to bar his way. Within the hangar, he could see another crew of guards standing around the Sun Crusher itself. Just inside the electrostatic security field, a huge blast door hung ready to clang down at a moment's notice. With his small, wiry frame, free grin, and tousled dark hair, Kip didn't think he could possibly pose any threat, but the three guards pointed their blaster rifles at his chest. "This is a restricted area," the sergeant said. "Leave immediately, or we will shoot." "Hey, relax," Kip said, raising his hands. "If I wanted to steal the thing, I would never have flown it here in the first place." The sergeant looked at him skeptically. It was obvious he didn't have a clue what Kip was talking about. "I'm Kip Duran. I flew the Sun Crusher with Han Solo from Maw Installation. I just wanted to have another look." The sergeant's stony expression did not change. "I don't know General Solo personally," he said, "but I have orders to restrict all access. No exceptions." Kip shifted to one side to see between the guards. He disregarded their presence, looking again at the angular superweapon that had been developed by the captive scientist Qui Zooks at Maw Installation. Dr. Zooks had innocently designed a weapon that could trigger a star to explode, wiping out all life in an entire system. Qui had done it as an exercise to test the limits of her scientific abilities, but Han had broken through her brainwashing and made her realize what she had created. Qui had then helped them steal the superweapon and escape from Admiral Dalla and Maw Installation. Kip was glad the Sun Crusher was now in the hands of the New Republic, but it concerned him that the Senate couldn't decide what to do with it. The existence of such a powerful weapon seemed to change the attitudes of even good people in the government. Kip watched as engineers and mechanics attempted to understand how the Sun Crusher worked. They used laser welders against the ultra-dense quantum-plated armor, but nothing could scratch the indestructible craft. Two mechanics clambered out of the upper hatch, carrying a metal cylinder 1.5 meters long and 1/2 meter wide. Three engineers at the bottom of the hangar bay craned their necks to look up at the cylindrical thing and dropped their hydrospanners in horror. Another engineer put down her precision calibrator and backed away very slowly. "It's one of the supernova torpedoes," an engineer said. The two mechanics carrying it suddenly froze. Someone sounded a squawking alarm. The guards inside the security field ran about looking for targets to shoot. The trapped engineers and mechanics screamed for the deadly security field to be dropped so they could evacuate. The three guards outside whirled and leveled their blaster rifles at Kip, as if he had become a threat after all. He laughed. "It's only a messenger cylinder," he said. "Have them open it up and see. It's where the log records are kept so vital data can be ejected if the Sun Crusher ever gets destroyed." But as alarms hammered through the air and people inside the restricted hangar ran around in panic, the guard showed no interest in Kip's explanations. "You'd better leave now, young man. Immediately," the sergeant said. Shaking his head, part in amusement and part in annoyance, Kip circled back up the long corridors, wondering how long it would take the supposed experts to figure it out. Wedge Antilles watched with admiration as the beautiful and ethereal alien scientist Qui Zooks stepped forward and prepared to address the New Republic Assembly. Qui did not like to talk in front of an audience, and she had been nervous for days after setting up this speech. A solitary person, she had begun to confide in Wedge now that he spent most of his time as her official bodyguard and liaison. Wedge had encouraged her in every way, trying to calm her, insisting that she would do a wonderful job. He supported her belief that she could no longer ignore the Sun Crusher. Qui had looked at him gratefully. Her wide indigo eyes were in striking contrast to her pale, pale blue skin, and the gem-like cap of pearlescent feathers that draped from her head down to her shoulders. Now Qui stared at Mon Mothma and the other ministers. She straightened her back, letting her thin arms hang at her sides. She spoke with a fluty voice that sounded like birdsong. "Mon Mothma and esteemed representatives of the New Republic government," Qui said, "when I first came to you seeking sanctuary and bringing the Sun Crusher, you invited me to speak to you whenever I felt the need. Now I must tell you of my grave concerns. I will try to be brief because you must come to a decision." Beside Wedge, the enormous form of Chewbacca rumbled a low growl of displeasure, but Wedge was impressed at how quiet and restrained the Wookiee had managed to hold himself. Chewbacca was not known for his ability to sit still. 3PO spoke in a soft voice. "Calm down, Chewbacca. You'll have a chance to speak soon enough. Are you quite certain you don't want me to edit your words into more appropriate language? I am a protocol droid, you know, and I am familiar with the requirements." Chewie blatted a quiet but definitive negative. Wedge shushed them both so he could hear Qui as she spoke. Her musical voice didn't falter, and Wedge felt a warm pride spreading in his chest. "The Sun Crusher is the most formidable weapon ever devised," Qui said. "I know this better than anyone because I designed it. It is an order of magnitude more dangerous than even the Death Star. It is no longer in the clutches of Imperial powers, but I'm concerned about what the New Republic intends. I have refused to divulge its workings for a reason, but you have kept it locked in your research base for weeks, tinkering with it, studying it, trying to unlock its secrets. It will do you no good." She paused to take a long breath, and Wedge worried that she might lose her nerve. But Qui straightened her slender form and spoke again. "I urge you to destroy the Sun Crusher. A weapon of such power should not be trusted in the hands of any government." Mon Mothma looked weak and weary as she gazed down at Qui. Below and to her left, old General Jan Dodonna spoke up. "Dr. Queeks, according to reports from our engineers, this weapon cannot be destroyed. The quantum armor makes it impossible for us even to dismantle it." "Then you must find some other way to dispose of the Sun Crusher." Sounding flustered, Senator Garm Bel Iblis, Mon Mothma's old nemesis, rose to his feet. "We cannot allow a weapon of such power to slip out of our grasp," he said. "With the Sun Crusher, we have a tactical advantage available to none of our Imperial enemies." "Enough," Mon Mothma said in a quavering voice. Her cheeks were flushed, which served to highlight the pallor of her skin. "We have debated this many times," she said, "and my opinion remains unchanged. A weapon of such hideous destructive power is a brutal and inhuman device. The Emperor might have been monster enough to consider using it, but under no circumstances will the New Republic be parties to such barbarism. We have no need for such a weapon, and its presence only serves to divide us. I shall veto any attempts to study the Sun Crusher further, and I will fight to my last breath any of you who suggest using it against any foe, Imperial or otherwise." She looked at her military commanders, and Wedge felt intimidated by the anger and sheer conviction in her voice. The vacant seat of Admiral Akbar, who was normally a voice of sanity and moderation, remained empty and hollow like a deep wound. Wedge silently urged Qui to speak up again, to tell her idea. As if on cue, she sang in her melodious voice. "Excuse me, but might I make a suggestion? Since the Sun Crusher cannot be destroyed by any normal means, we should use the automatic pilot to send it into the heart of a sun, or at least to the core of a gas giant planet, where it will be impossible to recover." General Crix Medine spoke up. "A gas giant planet would be sufficient. The pressures at the core are far beyond what even our most sophisticated vessels can withstand. The Sun Crusher would be out of reach for all time." Bel Iblis looked around, his dark eyes flashing. As if sensing defeat and realizing that a gas planet was marginally more acceptable than the blinding fury of a star, he said, "All right, dump it into a gas giant then, for whatever good it will do." Mon Mothma raised her hand as if to issue an official directive, but Bel Iblis interrupted. "On a related topic, I hope you have not forgotten that the Maw installation itself remains a threat. The Imperial Admiral may have taken her Star Destroyers, but the scientists are still there inside the black hole cluster. According to General Solo's report, they have a fully functional Death Star prototype." He sent a challenging look toward Mon Mothma. Chewbacca lurched to his feet and bellowed. His roar echoed through the chamber, stopping all conversation. 3PO waved his golden metallic arms. "Not yet, Chewbacca, not yet! It's not our turn!" But Mon Mothma looked at the agitated Wookiee and acknowledged him. "You have something to say to us, Chewbacca? Please." Chewbacca spoke a long, rumbling sentence in his Wookiee language. As he spoke, 3PO stood beside him and translated quickly in his prissy, synthetic voice. "Chewbacca wishes to remind this auspicious gathering that not only is Maw Installation the home of numerous, highly intelligent Imperial scientists, but it is also a prison for some number of Wookiee captives who have been held for nearly a decade. Chewbacca respectfully wishes to suggest—" 3PO raised a metal hand in front of the Wookiee's mouth. "Slow down, Chewbacca. I'm doing the best I can." He faced forward again. "Excuse me. Chewbacca respectfully wishes to request that the New Republic Council consider an expedition to Maw Installation, both as a rescue party and as an occupation force for the installation." Chewbacca roared, but 3PO did not seem disturbed. "I know that's not what you said, Chewbacca, but it's what you meant, so be quiet and let me finish." "Ahem!" With such an occupation force, the New Republic can ensure the security and whereabouts of whatever unpleasant weapons have been developed at Maw installation. Chewbacca thanks you for your time and consideration, and he wishes you have a pleasant day. Chewbacca cuffed him, and 3PO sat down on a stiff-legged tumble of golden arms and legs. "Oh, do be quiet," the droid said. "Every change I made was an improvement." Mon Mothma looked at the gathered council members. All of them seemed pleased with the suggestion to send a force to Maw installation. Queezook's back toward Wedge, nervous and relieved. He squeezed her shoulder in congratulations. She smiled at him, and he smiled back. "I believe we're all agreed on this matter," Mon Mothma said, and forced a weak smile. "For once. We shall set up a rescue and occupation force to go to Maw installation. We must move decisively as soon as possible, but not so quickly that we make mistakes." As Mon Mothma looked around, she seemed to want nothing more than to leave the chamber and return to her quarters where she could rest. Wedge frowned in concern. "If there is no other business," Mon Mothma said, "this meeting is adjourned." 9. The Imperial Star Destroyer Gorgon entered planetary orbit like the wide-bladed knife ready to strike. Flanking the flagship on either side rode the fully operational cruisers Basilisk and Manticore. Commander Kratos relayed a message from the Navigation Council. "We have achieved orbit around Dantooine." Dalla clasped her gloved hands behind her back and turned to survey the bridge crew. "Sensor sweep," she said, and waited as the lieutenant calibrated his instruments to scan the visible face of the planet. "A very primitive world, Admiral. No detectable industry, a few nomadic settlements." He paused. "Wait. At the Terminator I detect a cluster of people." Dalla studied the swirling olive, blue, and brown face of the planet, observing the edge of daylight creeping across the surface. "I found what appear to be the ruins of a larger base that seems mostly abandoned now. The inhabited area is not very well developed, mostly small prefabricated dwellings." The lieutenant scratched his short brown hair and bent closer to his glowing screen. "I see excavations where new superstructures are being set up," he said, looking up at Dalla. "This configuration is consistent with a large transmitting dish, perhaps even a shield generator." Dalla's brow furrowed as she pondered how her former mentor, Grand Moff Tarkin, would have handled this situation. Commander Kratos seemed to sense her hesitation and offered. "It doesn't appear that they could muster much resistance," he said. Dalla pursed her lips. "Even if they did resist, we would still defeat them. That's not the point." She ran a slender finger along her chin, then brushed her coppery hair back behind her shoulders. "To start with, we will target the abandoned base from orbit and level it with our turbo lasers. It will be a spectacular display." Dalla's Star Destroyers controlled enough power to turn entire planets to slag, but she didn't want to do that here. "Dantooine is too remote for an effective demonstration," she said, "but we can make use of it nonetheless. Commander Kratos, I want you to lead a strike force. Take 2 AT-ATs from the Gorgon, and a pair from each of the other 2 ships. 6 armored transports should be enough." "Me, Admiral? But surely General Odosk or one of the other Imperial Army commanders." "Do you have a problem with my orders, Commander?" "No, Admiral, none at all." "I want you to show your versatility. Didn't they put you through those exercises on Caradia?" "Yes, Admiral," Kratos said. "I simply thought it would be more effective just to blast them from orbit." Dalla fixed him with her emerald stare. "Consider it an exercise, Commander. We've been cooped up guarding Maw installation for too long, and we won't have another opportunity to catch the New Republic so unprepared." Now that he was a hopeful colonist, Wharton got up in time to watch Dantooine's peaceful pastel sunrise. He stretched and stepped outside his prefab self-erecting home unit, enjoying every moment of dawn. He felt safe and at peace for the first time in his life. His bones ached, but it was a pleasant soreness from gratifying work. He would never recover completely from his hard life on the tortured world of Io Shaw, but just spending a day without earthquakes or lava flows or scalding geysers made his life happy. The other colony units, made of brightly colored polymers set with transparisteel windows, looked across the whispering savannas of Dantooine. All the people rescued from Io Shaw agreed that this place seemed like paradise, with tall, waving lavender grasses and broad, bold, jagged-branched bilobs trees. The southeastern horizon grew bright where Dantooine's amber sun would rise. Overhead in the purplish skies he saw three brilliant stars moving against the other points of light. A cluster of 6 meteors streaked through the sky toward the horizon, their bright trails like slashes of claws. Then the supersonic screeching noise of their descent shattered the early morning stillness. He saw the meteor's impact. The savannah glowed with spreading flames not far from the colony. Other colonists from Io Shaw scrambled out of their huts, roused by the noise from the sky. Not far to the east, the empty ruins of the old rebel base rose like adobe bulwarks out of the grasses. A small team of New Republic construction engineers bustled about their encampment. "What is it?" his wife Glenna said as she stepped out of the dwelling to stand beside Wharton. He shook his head, unable to answer. Then deadly lightning began to rain down from above. The singing of mace flies fell into silence. Blinding bolts of green laser fire shot down, striking the abandoned base and ripping up huge clouds of fragmented buildings and shards of synthetic rock. Turbolaser beams from orbit flashed again, cutting across their earlier path. In seconds they'd obliterated the entire abandoned base, leaving only a smoldering, rubble-strewn scar. The colonists ran out of their dwellings. Some screamed, others just stared in stupefied terror. Luke Skywalker had promised he would find a place of safety for the people of Io Shaw, but it seemed the Jedi had been mistaken. As the ruins of the base continued to crackle and steam, and fire spread across the dry savannas, Wharton heard a pulsating, low-pitched sound, the humming of massive engines, the clanking of metal, thunderous footfalls. He squinted into the brightening morning, still dazzled from the green laser bolts, until he could discern the monstrous silhouettes of gigantic walking machines. Four-legged and camel-like, the Imperial walkers, all-terrain armored transports, strode from their smoldering landing sites and marched in hulking formation across the savannah. The cockpit heads of the attacking AT-ATs bent lower to aim banks of laser cannons. Precision bolts of green and red fire shot down. The ancient swollen bulba trees erupted into flames that spread out in concentric circles across the dry grasses. Greasy smoke curled up, carrying the stench of burning wet vegetation and roasted small animals. Wharton shouted, "Run, everyone! Get away from the dwellings! They will target them first!" The refugees from Io Shaw waded across the tall grasses as Imperial walkers plodded forward. The AT-ATs covered more distance with each step than a human could run in half a minute. The walkers took aim at the fleeing colonists, striking each individual with enough firepower to destroy a small fighter ship. Glenna yanked her hand away from Wharton and shouted at him, "Wait!" She turned around to run back toward their small dwelling. "No!" he yelled, unable to imagine anything that would cause her to turn and run into the attack. Before she could say another word, a blinding lance of turbolaser fire exploded, full in her chest, and Wharton watched in utter horror as Glenna vanished in a blazing, sizzling cloud of red steam. The 6 walkers continued to march ahead, firing at bilba trees, at colony huts, and at anything that moved. The great machines spread out to encircle the entire settlement. Over at their encampment, the New Republic engineers had managed to set up a single ion cannon. Wharton, still standing stricken and motionless, watched their tiny forms as they scrambled to rig the dish-shaped generator. He knew the people manning the ion cannon were simply construction engineers with no battle training. Why? Wharton wanted to know, but so many questions filled his head that he could not be more specific than that. Why? The New Republic engineers powered up the ion cannon and focused a single blast toward the lower section of the closest Imperial walker. The bolt struck and fused the knee joint of the AT-AT's front foreleg, melting the servo motor mechanisms. The walker halted and tried to limp backward in a stiff-legged retreat. The other 5 AT-ATs swiveled their heads in unison, targeting the single ion cannon with a river of laser blasts and a great gout of green fire, obliterating communications gear and ion cannon in a single splash of light. The walkers advanced again, firing indiscriminately. The prefabricated colony huts exploded one by one. Hungry flames raged through the dry grasses on the savannah. Wharton's people screamed as they ran and stumbled and died. The roar of destruction rang in his ears, and still he could not move. He stood with his hands at his sides. His entire body trembled. Even the blasted world at Io Shaw had never been as hellish as Dantooine. Commander Kratos sat in the AT-AT's unfamiliar cockpit, directing the movement of his 6 great machines. They fired at anyone who tried to escape, igniting islands of grass and flushing out burning colonists who had attempted to hide there. Kratos intended to leave them no place to hide. He verified that every one of the huts had been blown to pieces, and all moving colonists had been cut down as they fled. The rebel engineers and their ion cannon had been taken out with a single strike, and the minor damage inflicted on one walker could be repaired easily in the workshops back on the Gorgon. "I wish he'd move," the gunner said. Kratos looked down to see a single man standing among the wreckage, motionless and staring. "It's not much of a challenge to hit a stationary target," the gunner said, lifting the visor of his black helmet. "If he'd run, I could get better practice." Kratos surveyed the devastation and the black smoke curling up from 1,000 different fires. Their job here was done. "Take him out anyway," Kratos said. "We don't have time to play games." The gunner squeezed his firing buttons, and the lone surviving man vanished in a flare of green fire. Commander Kratos signaled the flagship, and he nodded to Dala's tiny, shimmering form on the transmitter platform. "The mission is a complete success, Admiral. No casualties on our part. Very minor damage to one AT-AT. "You're sure nothing is left alive down there?" Dala said. "Nothing, Admiral. No structures left standing. The place is a wasteland." "Good," Dala said with a slight nod. "You may return to the ships. I believe we've made our point. We've had our practice." She continued with a smile. "Next time, we'll choose a more important world to strike." 10. The sleep of a Jedi was rarely troubled by dreams. Pure rest brought about through concentration and meditation techniques left little room for disturbing thoughts or shadow plays. But this time, nightmares did break through to Luke Skywalker. A voice called him across the misty blank dreamscape. "Luke, Luke, my son, you must hear me." A shadowy form rose out of the mists, even as the surroundings began to sharpen. Luke saw himself in his pale gray flight suit, stained with sweat, grime, and pain, as he had looked when he took his father's body from the second Death Star. The features on the spectral silhouette shimmered with a pale aura. Luke saw the firm face of Anakin Skywalker, restored from the ravages Darth Vader's evil had worked on his body. "Father!" Luke called. His own voice had an odd, echoing quality as if it bounced off the mists. "Luke," the image of Anakin said. Luke felt tingling amazement surge through him. It was another sending, just like his last contact from Obi-Wan Kenobi. But Obi-Wan had bid him farewell, claiming that he could never contact Luke again. "Father, why are you here?" Anakin stood taller. His robes rippled in a rising wind that drove back the mists. Suddenly, the world surrounding them was no longer featureless. Luke recognized that he and the image of his father stood atop the great temple on Yavin 4. The orange gas giant hung overhead, and the timeless jungles below looked unchanged. But the stones of the temple were white and new with bright scars from fresh quarrying. A sketchy framework of scaffolding laced one wall of the ziggurat. Far below, Luke heard mumbling and chanting, incantations from suffering slaves. He saw people of the vanished Masasi race laboring together, straining to haul enormous stone blocks along roads they had chopped through the jungle. The grayish-green Masasi were humanoid, smooth-skinned, with large lantern-like eyes. Anakin Skywalker stood on the highest point of the temple, as if directing the work gangs below. "Do not be deceived, Luke. Do not trust everything you think to be the truth." Anakin's words carried an odd, distant lilt, like the faint accent of an ancient race. "Obi-Wan lied to you, more than once." Luke felt uneasiness well up within him. No matter how much he loved Obi-Wan Kenobi, he knew the old man had not always been completely forthcoming with him. "Yes, I know he hid the truth from me. He told me Darth Vader had killed you, when you had really become Vader." Anakin turned from the illusionary Masasi laborers below. He met Luke's gaze with eyes as bottomless as the universe itself. "Was that the only lie Obi-Wan told you?" "No, he hid other things from me." Luke looked off into the jungle distance, toward the moon's foreshortened horizon, to see another clearing, another tall temple being erected. "And Obi-Wan rationalized it as being for your own protection. Did you ask for such protection, Luke?" "No." Luke tried to fight back his uneasiness.
Obi-Wan wanted you to be a student, but he wouldn't allow you the freedom to make your own decisions. Did he trust you so little? Did you always agree with his certain point of view? No, Luke said, feeling the words swallowed up in doubt. Anakin's voice became tinged with anger. Obi-Wan fought against the complex Sith teachings I had uncovered. He did not understand them himself, but he forbade me to study them, though he always insisted that I must learn for myself and choose my own path. I rebelled against him for his narrow-mindedness, and I insisted on unlocking secrets for which I was not ready. In the end, it consumed me. I fell to the dark side, and I became the Dark Lord of the Sith. Anakin looked at Luke with an anguished, apologetic expression. But if Obi-Wan had let me learn the teachings at my own pace, I would have grown stronger. I would have remained uncorrupted. He never understood that. Anakin's image shook his head. If you are going to teach other Jedi, Luke, you must understand the consequences of what they may learn. You too must study the ancient heritage of the Sith. It is part of your Jedi training. Luke swallowed. I'm afraid to believe you, Father. I've already felt the power of the dark side. Below, Massassi labor crews hummed and sang in stuporous unison, far beyond exhaustion, as they hauled an enormous block up a mud-covered ramp made of stripped logs. Atop the Dream Temple, the wavering image of Anakin Skywalker spoke more forcefully. Yes, but the ways of the Sith can lead you to a stronger grasp of your own power. You can wipe out the last vestiges of the pitiful empire that continues to harass your new republic. You can become more than a mere servant to a frail and corrupt government. You can administer the galaxy yourself as a benevolent ruler. You deserve it more than any other person, Luke. You can control everything if you use the Force as your tool, instead of allowing yourself to become its servant. Luke stiffened, unable to believe what his father was saying. Then he noticed that with the rising passion in his voice, the image of Anakin Skywalker became less distinct, wavering, until it transformed into only a black outline, an engulfing hooded form that sucked energy from the air. Slowly, Luke realized the truth. You are not my father, he shouted as the illusion began to crumble. My father was a good man in the end, healed by the light side. Streaks of brilliant light flashed across the dreamscape sky of Yavin 4. Below, Massassi slaves fled into the jungles in terror as the monumental temples crumbled under a barrage of laser blasts from orbit. Old Republic battleships had arrived, immolating the moon's surface. Who are you? Luke shouted at the figure through the roar of sudden, blazing devastation around him. Who? Instead, the hollow shadow laughed and laughed, ignoring the destruction that erupted from the construction sites, or amused by it. The Massassi temples exploded. The thick rainforest burst into flame. The dark man's silhouette grew larger and larger, swallowing up the sky. Luke backed away from it, but his dream feet reached the edge of the imposing temple, and he stumbled backward, falling away. Falling. Surrounded by the thick stone walls of his quarters, Cantoris did not even attempt to sleep. He sat on his bunk, dreading the arrival of the dark man from his nightmares. He fingered the lightsaber he had constructed, feeling its smooth cylinder, the rough spots where he had welded the pieces together, the buttons that would activate the energy blade. He wondered how he could use it against the ancient specter that had taught him things that terrified him, things that Master Skywalker would never show his Jedi trainees. Do you mean to strike me down with that weapon? The hollow voice said. Gantoris whirled to see the oily, infinitely black silhouette ooze out of the massive stones in the wall. His impulse was to ignite the lightsaber and slash the violet-white blade across the dark form. But he restrained himself, knowing it would do no good. The Shadow Man laughed, then spoke with his antiquated accent. Good. I'm glad to see you have learned to respect me. 4,000 years ago, the entire military fleet of the Old Republic and the combined forces of hundreds of Jedi Masters could not destroy me. You would certainly be unable to do so alone. The Dark Man had shown him how to borrow energy from other living things, to shore up his own reserves. His mind was alert, but his nerves were frayed and his body exhausted. What do you want with me? Gantoris said. You don't just want to teach me. The Shadow Man agreed. I want your anger, Gantoris. I want you to open the doorways of power. I am barred from the physical plane, but with enough other Sith followers, I could be at peace. I could even live again. I won't let you have my anger. Gantor swallowed, searching for a core of strength within himself. A Jedi does not give in to anger. There is no passion. There is serenity. Don't quote platitudes to me, the dark man said in a cold, vibrating voice. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. Gantoris continued, repeating the Jedi code. There is no passion. There is serenity. The dark man laughed again. Serenity? Let me show you what is happening at this moment. Do you recall the people you saved from Eel Shah? How happy you were to learn they had been taken to a place of safety, a paradise world? Observe. Inside the black cutout form of the hooded man, an image appeared, displaying the grasslands of the planet Dantooine. The scene looked familiar to Gantoris after seeing the progress tapes delivered by Wedge Antilles. But now he saw Imperial lasers striking down, leveling colony buildings, giant armored walkers striding across the savannah, blasting anything that moved, igniting the temporary living units. People ran screaming. His people. Gantoris recognized most of their faces, but before he could name them, they dissolved one by one in brilliant flashes as they tried to flee. The trees blazed in conical bonfires. Black, clumpy smoke rose in jagged swirls. You lie. This is a trick. I have no need of lies when the truth is so devastating. You can do nothing to stop it. Do you enjoy watching your people die? Does that not spark your anger? In your anger lies strength. Gantoris saw the old man Wharton, whom he had known his entire life, standing in the middle of the Holocaust. Wharton stared around him, hands dangling at his sides, frozen in shock, until a thick green bolt cut him down. No! Gantoris shouted. Let loose your anger. Make me stronger. No! He repeated, turning his head away from the images of burned ruins and blackened bodies. They're all dead. All of them, the dark man taunted. No survivors. Gantoris ignited his lightsaber and lunged at the dark man. With an insistent bleeping, R2-D2 woke Luke from his nightmares. He snapped awake, using a Jedi technique to dispel the weariness and shock of the sudden waking. What is it, R2? The droid whistled, telling him something about a message waiting in the command center. Luke shrugged into his soft robe and hurried across the cold floor in the early light of planet rise. Taking the turbo lift down to the second level of the temple, he entered the once bustling command center. R2, bring up the lights. He picked his path through the equipment, dust-covered chairs, shut-down computer consoles, document tables cluttered with debris. He powered on the communication station that Wedge had insisted on installing during his last supply run. The image of Han Solo waited impatiently for him, fidgeting in the holofield. When he saw Luke appear in the transmission locus, Han grinned up at him. Hey, Luke. Sorry I forgot to account for time differential. Not even dawn there, is it? Luke brushed his hair into place with his fingers. Even Jedi need to sleep sometime, Han. Han laughed. Well, you'll be getting less sleep when your new student arrives. I just wanted to tell you that Kip Duran has had enough of his vacation. I think if after all that time in the spice mines, he got used to being miserable. The closest thing to the spice mines I could think of was your Jedi Academy. That way he can work all day long, but at least he'll be improving himself in the process. Luke smiled at his old friend. I'd be honored to have him join us, Han. I've been waiting for him. He has the strongest potential of all the trainees I've seen so far. Just wanted to let you know he's coming, Han said. I'm trying to arrange for the next available transport to Yavin 4. Luke frowned. Why don't you just bring him in the Falcon? Han hung his head, looking extremely troubled. Because I don't own the Falcon anymore. What? Han seemed filled with embarrassment, eager to end the communication. Look, I gotta go. I'll tell Leia hello for you and give the kids a hug. All right, Han, but... Han gave a sheepish grin and quickly terminated the transmission. Luke continued to stare at the blank space where Han's image had been. First his nightmare of a dark man masquerading as Anakin Skywalker, and now the grim news that Han had lost the Millennium Falcon. Luke heard a disturbance coming down the hall, clumsy footsteps slapping on the stone floor, panicked shouts. He looked up, ready to scold one of his students for such blatant lack of control, when the cloned alien Dorsk 81 rushed into the control center. Master Skywalker, you must come immediately. Luke sensed waves of horror and misery spilling from his candidate. What is it? He asked. Use the calming technique I showed you. But Dorsk 81 grabbed his arm. This way. The yellow olive alien urged him out of the cluttered control room. Luke sensed widening ripples of alarm traveling like an earthquake through the solid stone temple. They ran along the flagstone corridors, up the turbolift, and into the section of living quarters where the trainees made their homes. A sour, smoky stench filled the air, and Luke felt an icy lump in his stomach as he pushed cautiously forward. Hard-bitten Cam Solusar and addled Streen both stood outside the open doorway to Gantoris' quarters, looking pasty and ill. Luke hesitated for a fraction of a second, then moved through the doorway. Inside the small stone chamber, he saw what was left of Gantoris. The body lay crisped and blackened on the floor, burned from the inside out. Singed stains on the flagstones showed where he had thrashed about in the conflagration. Gantoris' skin flaked and black, peeling ashes over his powdery bones. Rising wisps of steam curled from the remaining fabric of his Jedi robe. On the floor, the newly constructed lightsaber lay where Gantoris had dropped it, as if he had tried to fight something, and lost. Luke leaned against the cool stone wall to catch his balance. His vision blurred, but he could not tear his gaze from his dead students sprawled in front of him. By now, the other 11 trainees had gathered. Luke grasped the worn stone bricks at the edge of the door until even the rounded corners bruised his fingers. He applied a Jedi calming technique 3 times before he felt confident enough to trust his voice. The words tasted like wet ash in his mouth, as Yoda had told him so long ago. "Beware the dark side," he said. 11. After 8 seemingly random hyperspace jumps to shake any possible pursuit, Akbar took his B-Wing fighter along the correct vector to the hidden planet Anoth. Turpin had borrowed the fighter for him, claiming to have purged the records of its existence. Akbar didn't want to know how his mechanic had gotten through the security system so easily. For years, isolated Anoth had been a haven for the Jedi children, protected by its perfect obscurity and anonymity. The twins had gone home to Coruscant only a month or 2 before, but the youngest child, 1-year-old baby Anakin, remained under the protection of Leia's devoted servant Winter, far from prying Imperial eyes or dark side influences that could corrupt the baby's fragile, Force-sensitive mind. As space snapped into sharp focus, Akbar saw the clustered multiple planet of Anoth. The world was composed of 3 large fragments orbiting a common center of mass. The 2 largest pieces hovered nearly in contact, sharing a poisonous, stormy atmosphere. The third and more distant fragment orbited in a precarious, almost safe position, where Akbar, Luke, and Winter had set up a hidden stronghold. Skittering electrostatic discharges danced from the 2 touching pieces of Anoth, and the ionized fury bathed the habitable chunk in electrical storms that served to mask the planet from prying eyes. The entire system was unstable, and in a blink of cosmic time it would destroy itself. But for the last century or so it had been possible for humanoid life to establish a foothold there. Akbar brought his B-Wing in on close approach through the deep purple skies of Anoth. Sparks discharged from the wing of his fighter, but he felt no threat. This was not like flying through the storms of Vortex. Inside the cramped B-Wing, Akbar wore only a flight suit over his big frame, not his admiral's uniform. Later, he would leave the borrowed fighter in the Calamarian shipyards where a New Republic pilot could shuttle it back to Coruscant. Akbar would not be flying a starfighter again, so he had no need of it. He sent a brief signal to inform Winter of his arrival, but he did not respond to her surprise or her questions. Switching off the fighter's comm unit, he rehearsed how he would tell her all that had happened. Then he concentrated on guiding the B-Wing in for a landing. Below him, the surface of Anoth was a craggy forest of rocky spires, sharp ledges, and claw-like peaks that were riddled with caves left behind when volatile inclusions in the rocks had evaporated over the centuries, leaving only glass-like rock. Inside the labyrinth of smooth tunnels, Winter had made a temporary home with the Jedi babies.
Now she had only one child left to care for, and in another year, when Anakin reached the age of 2, Winter could return to Coruscant and to active service with the new Republic government. The small white sun never brought much daylight to Anoth, bathing the world in gothic purple twilight lit by stark flashes of interplanetary lightning discharges. Akbar and Luke Skywalker had found this planet, choosing it from among the possibilities as the safest place to hide the Jedi children. And now Akbar had come one last time before returning to his homeworld of Calamari. He felt sympathy for baby Anakin, who had not known a more welcoming place during his first year. Akbar had always felt a close attachment to the third child, but he had come to say goodbye before fading from public view forever. He flew the B-wing in among the spired forests and rock outcroppings. It reminded him of the tall, fluted towers of the Cathedral of Winds on Vortex. That thought gave him a stab of pain, and he tried not to think of it further. He cruised the ship in among the rocks, flying confidently as he arrowed toward the opening to the network of caves. With landing jets and a careful manipulation of repulsor lifts, Akbar managed to land the starfighter smoothly on the wide grotto floor. As he powered down the engines and prepared to disembark, a metal door swung open. A tall, rigid-looking woman stood at the doorway. Her robes and her white hair clearly identified her as Leia's ageless servant Winter. Even for a human, she looked strikingly distinctive to Akbar. He climbed stiffly out of his ship and turned his salmon-colored head away to keep her from meeting her eyes. He saw with a backward glance that the 1-year-old baby toddled at Winter's feet, making happy noises, curious to see the new visitor. Akbar felt a shudder go through him as he realized he would probably never see the dark-haired boy again. Winter spoke in her flat, no-nonsense voice. He had never heard her upset before. "Admiral Akbar, please tell me what has happened." He turned to face her, showing his flight suit, his lack of military insignia. "I am no longer an admiral," he said, "and it is a long story." Akbar sat eating a meal of reconstituted rations that Winter had somehow managed to make palatable. As he told her every detail of the tragedy on Vortex and how he had resigned from his service, Winter did not appear judgmental. She simply listened, blinking rarely, nodding even less often. Baby Anakin crouched on Akbar's lap, cooing and reaching up in curiosity to pat Akbar's clammy skin and touch his huge, glassy eyes. Anakin giggled as the round eyes swiveled in various directions to avoid being poked by pudgy fingers. "Will you stay here for an evening's rest?" Winter said. Her sentence cut off sharply, as if she had been about to call him Admiral. "No," Akbar said, holding the baby against him with flipper hands. "I can't. No one must suspect that I have come here, and if I delay too long, they will realize I have not gone directly to Calamari." Winter hesitated and then spoke in a voice that seemed less able to conceal emotion than it normally did. "Akbar, you know I have the greatest respect for your abilities. It would honor me if you would stay here with me instead of going into hiding on your homeworld." Akbar looked at the human woman and felt a surge of emotion well up inside him. Winter's mere suggestion had been powerful enough to strip away layers of guilt and shame with which he had buried himself. When he did not answer immediately, she pressed further. "I'm here all alone, and I could use your help. It gets lonely for the baby. And for me." Akbar finally managed to speak, avoiding Winter's gaze, but giving his answer before he could change his mind. "Your offer honors me, Winter, but I am not worthy. At least not at the moment. I must go to Calamari and search for peace there. The words caught in his throat again, and he realized he was trembling. "If I find my peace, perhaps I shall return to you, and the baby. I will be waiting here, if you change your mind," she said, then escorted him back to the hangar grotto. Akbar felt her watching him as he climbed back into the B-wing. He lifted the ship on its repulsor jets, and turned to see her standing at the doorway. He flicked his running lights to signal her. Winter raised a hand and said goodbye. Then with her other hand, she made Anakin's pudgy arm wave to him too. Akbar's starfighter soared into space, leaving them behind. Back on Coruscant, Turpin lay sick and shivering in his private quarters, trying with all his might to resist. But in the end, the organic circuitry inside what was left of his brain took over. Moving with forced steps, he descended to the dispatching and receiving network in the lower levels of the old Imperial Palace. No one watched him in the echoing, crowded room, as diplomatic droids and packages came in and left, streaking off to various embassies and spaceports on Coruscant, bearing important dispatches. Turpin coded his secret message, summarizing information he had received from the hidden tracking device he had planted on Akbar's ship. He sealed the message inside a coffin-sized hyperspace courier tube and shielded the entire apparatus. He glanced around suspiciously before he keyed in Admiral Akbar's personal diplomatic security code, which would allow it to bypass all checks and tariff points. No one would have thought to revoke Akbar's access yet. The rounding doors opened up at the far end of the center, and the silvery message canister rose on its launching fields. In a reflex action, Turpin reached out, trying to grasp the slick sides of the canister, scraping with the sharp points of his hands. But the container rocketed out, picking up speed as it soared into the Coruscant sky. Turpin had programmed 5 alternate routes to discourage tracking. The message canister would arrive unhindered and without delay at the Imperial Military Academy on Coradia. The coded message would be displayed for the eyes of Ambassador Fergan only, divulging the location of the secret planet where the last Jedi baby was hidden. 12. "You'll do just fine, kid," Han said, trying to maintain his roguish grin. Standing at the door of Han and Leia's quarters, Kip Duran nodded. Han noticed a faint trembling around the young man's lips. "I'll do my best, Han. You know that." Suddenly unable to say another word, Han embraced Kip, silently cursing the stinging tears that rose to his eyes. "You'll be the greatest Jedi ever. You'll even give Luke a run for his money." "I doubt that," Kip said. He broke away and averted his face, but not before Han caught the shimmer of tears in his eyes, too. "Wait," Han said. "I've got something for you before you go." He ducked back inside and returned to the door with a soft package. Kip took it with a tentative smile and unwrapped the top layers of paper. Han watched the young man's expression. Kip reached into the package and withdrew a flowing black cape that glittered with subliminal reflective threads, as if it had been woven out of a clear, starry night. "Lando gave it to me, feeling guilty about winning the Falcon, I guess. But I can't wear stuff like this. I want you to have it. You deserve something nice, after all those years you spent in the dirty spice mines." Kip laughed. "You mean so I can dress up for all those formal occasions at the Jedi Academy?" His expression became serious. "Thanks, Han, for everything. But I've got to go. General Antilles is escorting the Sun Crusher to Yavin, and I'll be going with him. He'll drop me off at Luke's academy." "Good luck," Han said. Kip said, "I'm sorry you lost the Falcon." "Don't worry about it," Han said. "She's a hunk of junk anyway." "You got that right," Kip said with a smile, but both of them knew he didn't mean it. "Want me to walk with you down to the hangar?" Han asked, realizing as he said it he wasn't sure he wanted to. "Nah," Kip said, turning away from the door. "I hate long goodbyes. See you around." "Sure, kid," Han said. He watched Kip's back for a long time as the young man walked with a feigned bouncy step down the corridors to the turbo lift. Han thought about going back into his room, then decided he'd rather go for a drink instead. Leia was in yet another late-night council meeting with Mon Mothma, and the kids were already in bed, so Han left 3PO with instructions to remain powered up so he could babysit. Han eventually returned to the lounge where he and Lando had played sabacc for possession of the Falcon. The window looked out across the sweeping geometrical skyline of the rebuilt Imperial City. Towering metal and transparent steel pillars stretched to rarefied heights. Warning beacons and transmitting towers blinked in multicolored patterns as flying craft swooped on the updrafts between the tall buildings. At another table, a hammer-headed Ithorian ambassador sat by himself next to a small musical synthesizer. He hummed along with the atonal noises and plucked small leaves off a fresh, ferny-looking snack. A pug-faced Ugnaught chittered and played electronic dice with a well-groomed Renat. The bartender droid drifted from one table to another, attempting to be of service. Han soon lost himself in thought, wondering where he had come to, thinking about how much his life had changed since his years as a spice smuggler for Jabba the Hutt, and then as a general in the Rebel Alliance. He continued to do important things with his life, but it just didn't seem as real anymore. He had enjoyed spending time with young Kip Duran. The young man reminded him so much of himself, and now Kip had gone off to become a Jedi just like Luke.
You're gonna miss the kid, aren't ya? A deep voice said. Han looked up to see Lando Calrissian standing over him with a big smile. What are you doing here? Han said grumpily. I'm buying you a drink, old buddy, Lando said. He shoved forward one of the prissy, fruity concoctions, complete with bright tropical flower, that Han had bought Lando on the night of their sabacc game. Han scowled and accepted it. Thanks a lot. He took a sip, grimaced, then took a gulp. Lando pulled up a chair. I didn't invite you to sit down, Han said. Look, Han, Lando said, adding a stern edge to his voice. When you won the Falcon from me in a sabacc game, did I spend years pouting and not talking to you? Han shrugged and looked up. I don't know. I pretty much stayed away all those years. He paused and added quickly, and the next time we saw each other, you betrayed us to Darth Vader. Hey, that wasn't my fault, and I've more than made up for it since, Lando said. Listen, I've got a deal for you. Next time you get a chance, why don't the both of us take the Falcon and go back to what's left of Kessel? Maybe we can find my old ship there. If we do, I'd gladly take the Lady Luck back, and you can have the Falcon. He held out his broad hand. Deal? Han grudgingly admitted it was for the best he could hope for. All right, pal, he said, and shook Lando's hand. Solo, a woman's sharp voice said. They told me I'd find you here. Can a guy get some peace? He said, and turned to see a trim, attractive woman standing at the lounge entrance. She had shoulder-length, reddish-brown hair the color of some exotic spice. Her features were finely chiseled, a narrow chin and a mouth that looked as if it had spent too many years frowning, and was just now learning the shape of a smile. The shards of ice that were Mara Jade's eyes had warmed somewhat since the last time Han had seen her. Lando stood up, sweeping his cape behind him and extending his hand. Well, hello. Please join us, Miss Jade. May I get you anything? We've met before, but I'm not sure you remember me. Shut up, Calrissian. I need to talk to Solo. Lando laughed and went to get her a drink anyway. Dark patches stood out on the shoulders and sleeves of Mara's flight jacket, as if it had once borne the insignia of military service. Mara Jade had been the Emperor's hand, a special servant to Palpatine himself, and she had seen her life crumble after his death. She had blamed Luke for that, and held a vendetta against him until recently. Now, after the retirement of the great smuggler Talon Card, Mara seemed to become more open and ready to participate in broader events. She had managed a tenuous coalition of smugglers to help fight against Grand Admiral Thrawn, and she still maintained a loose alliance, even though some of the worst offenders, such as Morruth Duel and Kessel, refused to have anything to do with the New Republic and the Smugglers' Alliance. What brings you back to Coruscant, Mara? Han said. Lando returned bearing another one of his fruity drinks for her and a new one for himself. She looked at it, pointedly ignored it, and continued talking to Han. I'm bringing a message. You can pass it on to the appropriate people. Your Imperial friend Admiral Dalla has been sending out feelers, trying to hire smugglers as spies and saboteurs. A few have taken the offer, but I don't expect many of them to trust Dalla after what she did to the forces of Kessel. Even though Morruth Duel wasn't part of our alliance, he was still a smuggler, and smugglers tend to stick together, especially against Imperials. Yes, Han said. We got the message that she had attacked one of the supply ships and destroyed it before it could get to Dantooine. Mara looked at him, and her gaze became hard again. Haven't you heard what happened to your colony on Dantooine? Dalla's already been there, you know. What? Han said, and Lando echoed his surprise. A small group of New Republic engineers is setting up a communications base there, Han said, but we haven't contacted them in the last week or two. Well, there's no need to, Mara said. Dantooine has been leveled. Every person in your colony and all of your New Republic engineers are dead, as of 2 days ago. Dalla attacked with her 3 Star Destroyers and vanished again to wherever her hiding place is. And so you came here just to give us this information? Han said, trying to recover from his shock. Mara took a long, slow drink of the cloying concoction that Lando seemed to be enjoying so much. She shrugged. I have an agreement with the New Republic, and I keep my agreements. As Han felt anger and shock starting to boil inside him at what Dalla had done, Lando changed the subject. So where are you off to now, Miss Jade? He said. Leaning forward on the table, he seemed to be trying to melt her with his big brown eyes. Han rolled his. You're welcome to stay here for a while, Lando said. I'd be happy to show you some of the sights of the city. There's some beautiful views on top of the grand towers. Mara looked at him as if considering how much effort it was worth for her to answer his question.
"I'll be leaving immediately," she said. "I'm going to spend some time at Skywalker's Jedi Training Center. It makes good business sense to learn how to use my Jedi abilities, if only for self-protection." Han sat up in surprise. "You're going to learn from Luke? I thought you still hated Luke. You've tried to kill him often enough." Mara's eyes stared back as if ready to blaze through him. Then she softened and even smiled. "We've reconciled our differences. You might say we negotiated a truce." She looked down at her drink but did not touch it. "For now, at least," she added, and then smiled even more. She stood up to leave. "Thanks for your time, Solo." She ignored Lando completely and walked out of the lounge. Lando watched Mara leave, admiring the slick, satiny gray fabric of her slacks and tight padded flight suit. "She sure has gotten beautiful." "Yeah, I hear that happens to most assassins once they retire," Han answered. Lando didn't seem to hear him. "How could I have missed her in Jabba the Hutt's throne room? She was there, and I was there, but I didn't notice her at all." "I was there too," Han said, "and I didn't see her. Of course, I was frozen in a block of carbonite at the time." "I think she likes me," Lando said. "Maybe I'll volunteer to take the next delivery of supplies to Yavin 4 just so I can see her." Han shook his head. "Lando, she wanted you to disappear. She didn't even acknowledge your presence." Lando shrugged. "Sometimes it just takes my charm a little longer to work." He flashed one of his best lady killer smiles. "But when it does—" "Oh, brother," Han said. He finished his drink and left Lando sitting there, daydreaming as his own drink sat unnoticed beside him. 13. The next night, Leia had just sat down to cherish her relaxing meal with her husband and her children when the summons from Mon Mothma arrived. As usual, she had been wrapped up in governmental proceedings all day. After the disaster on Vortex, she had been allowed no respite, and the pressure had increased as Mon Mothma withdrew further from her responsibilities, begging off the unimportant receptions and meetings and sending Leia as her proxy. Living on the peaceful world of Alderaan as the daughter of the powerful Senator Bail Organa, Leia had grown up surrounded by politics. She was used to the constant demands, the communiques arriving at all hours, the sudden emergencies, the whispered negotiations, and the forced smiles. She had chosen to follow in Senator Organa's footsteps, knowing full well the demands that would be made of her. But she treasured the scant quiet time she managed to steal with Han and the twins. It seemed ages since she had been able to visit baby Anakin, though Han himself had accompanied Winter twice in the last 2 months. Tonight, Leia had come home late, flustered and harried, but Han was there waiting with Jason and Jaina. They had held dinner for her, which 3PO had prepared as a test of his new and dubious gourmet programming at the food synthesizers. They sat down in the dining area, where illumination strips bathed the room in soft pink and peach colors. Han played the relaxing music of one of her favorite Alderaanian composers, and they sat down to eat off fine imperial china taken from the late Emperor's private stock. It was not intended to be a romantic dinner with 2.5-year-old twins banging their silverware and demanding constant attention, but Leia didn't mind. Han had done his best to commemorate dinner as a family. Leia smiled as 3PO delivered their meal, a very passable-looking grazer roulade, accompanied by skewers of spiced tubers and sweet marbleberry fritters. "I believe you will be quite impressed, Mistress Leia," the droid said, gently bowing and setting smaller plates in front of Jason and Jaina. "Yuck," Jason said. Jaina looked at her brother for confirmation, then said, "I don't like this." 3PO straightened in indignation. "Children, you have not even tasted the food. I insist that you sample your dinners." Leia and Han looked at each other and smiled. Jason and Jaina both had bright eyes and well-defined features below thick, dark brown hair, just like their parents. The twins were extremely precocious, speaking in short but complete sentences and amazing their parents with the concepts they had already managed to grasp and communicate. Jason and Jaina seemed to share a kind of psychic link, speaking in half sentences to each other or somehow communicating in complete silence. This didn't surprise Leia. As Luke had told her, the Force was strong in their family. Han claimed that the 2 kids knew how to use their powers more than they admitted. He had found cabinet doors mysteriously unlocked after he had fastened them securely, and sometimes shiny baubles left on high shelves were suddenly found underfoot as if they had been played with. The food synthesizers, far out of reach, had once been reprogrammed to add a double portion of sweetening to all recipes, even the soup. Perplexed with the mysterious occurrences, 3PO had dug through diverse and obscure data records, insisting that the best explanation could be found in ancient superstition of poltergeists. But Leia suspected it had more to do with small Jedi children. She took a bite of her thinly sliced, herb-crusted grazer. It smelled wonderfully nutty as the aroma curled up to her nose. It was tender and perfectly seasoned to counteract the pungent, unpleasant aftertaste often found in imported grazer fillet. She considered complimenting 3PO, but decided it would probably make the protocol droid altogether too pleased with himself. "Look what Jaina's doing," Jason said. Leia stared in astonishment as the little girl balanced her delicate skewer of spiced tubers impossibly on its tip and used the force to twirl it around like a top. "Mistress Dana, please stop playing with your food," 3PO said. Leia and Han met each other's gaze in amazement. She was glad that Luke had formed his Jedi Academy, so these children would learn to understand the powerful and beautiful gift they had been given. The door chime sounded like a tubular bell through their living quarters. The noise startled Jaina, and her delicately balanced skewer toppled over, which made her begin to cry. Han sighed, and Leia got up with a scowl. "I didn't think we could sit through an entire meal uninterrupted." She opened the door, and the ornate plasteel plate hummed aside to reveal a hovering messenger droid that bobbed up and down in the corridor, blinking its lights in a swirl. "Minister Leia Organa Solo, Chief of State Mon Mothma, requests your presence immediately in her private quarters for an important consultation. Please follow me." Back at the table, Han rolled his eyes and glowered at no one in particular as Leia was taken from him again. Jaina continued crying, and now Jason added his own squalls to the racket. 3PO tried to calm the two children down, completely without effect. Leia looked imploringly at Han, but he gave a short wave of dismissal. "Go on. Mon Mothma needs you." She bit her lower lip, sensing the bitterness he tried to cover. "I'll cut it short," she said. "I'll be back as soon as I can." Han nodded and returned to his eating as if he didn't believe her. Leia felt her stomach knot as she hurried after the hovering droid through the arched, well-lit corridors. She felt a simmering annoyance and stubborn resistance build within her, and she walked with purposeful steps. She agreed to too many things. She bowed her head and trotted anywhere Mon Mothma asked her to go. Well, Leia had her own life, and she had to spend more time with her family. Her career was important too, crucial in fact, and she vowed to do both. But she had to reestablish some priorities and ground rules. As she followed the messenger droid into a turbo lift that took her to secluded portions of the old Imperial Palace, Leia was actually glad that Mon Mothma had summoned her. She had a few things to say to the chief of state, and the two of them would have to work out some sort of compromise. But when the droid transmitted the special unlocking code that caused Mon Mothma's armored door to grind aside, Leia felt a cold fingernail twist in her chest. Mon Mothma's quarters were too dark, lit only by soft greenish glowing lamps designed to be soothing, restful, healing. She breathed the sweet tang of odd medicines, and the clinging aftertaste of sickness caught in her throat. Leia stepped forward into the chambers and saw they'd been filled with bright nova lilies and nebula orchids that showered heady perfumes into the air, masking the unpleasant medicinal smell. "Mon Mothma?" she said. Her voice sounded small in the enclosed space. Motion off to her right made her turn her head to see a bullet-headed 21B medical droid. Mon Mothma looked gaunt and skeletal as she lay on a broad bed, surrounded by diagnostic equipment. Another smaller droid monitored the readouts. Everything hung in silence except for the faint hum of machinery. Leia also saw, feeling foolish for noticing such a small thing, that Mon Mothma kept an array of makeup jars and synthetic skin-coloring agents on her dressing table in a desperate attempt to make herself look presentable in public. "Ah, Leia," Mon Mothma said. Her voice sounded pathetically weak, a rustle of dry leaves. "Thank you for coming. I can't keep my secret any longer. I must tell you everything." Leia swallowed. All her indignant arguments evaporated like mist under a red giant sun. She sat down in the small padded chair next to Mon Mothma and listened. Han had not had time to put the twins to bed before Leia returned. He had felt angry and distracted during the rest of dinner, listless at having her gone again. He had played with the twins, seeking solace in their company. 3PO was just finishing the kids' evening ripple bath when Leia came quietly through the doors. Han had been sitting in their main living area, looking at the sentimental remembrances of Alderaan, framed images he had given her as a gift. Displayed prominently on a small pedestal sat the ridiculous Corellian fast food mascot statue Leia had bought for him, thinking it a gaudy but important piece of sculpture from Han's home world. When Leia entered, he sat up quickly, brushing his hair with his fingers. But she turned her back to him and worked the door controls, saying nothing. Leia seemed smaller and drawn into herself. She moved with extreme slowness and caution, as if everything might break at any sudden motion. Han said, "I didn't expect you back until late. Did Mon Mothma let you off the hook?" When she turned to him, he saw that her eyes shimmered with bright flecks of light from restrained tears. The skin around her eyes looked puffy, and her mouth was drawn. "What is it?" Han said. "What does Mon Mothma want you to do this time? If it's too much, I'll go tell her off myself. You should—" "She's dying," Leia said. Han stopped short, feeling his arguments pop like fragile soap bubbles. His mind whirled. Before he could ask again, Leia began to spill her story. "She has some sort of mysterious wasting disease. The medic droids can't pinpoint it. They've never seen anything like it, and it's pulling her down fast. It's almost as if something is taking her apart genetically from the inside. Remember the 4 days when she supposedly went to a secret conference on Cloud City? She didn't go anywhere. There was no conference. She spent the time in a Bacta tank in a last-ditch effort to be healed. But even though the Bacta tank completely purged her system, it could do nothing to help. Her body's falling apart. At the rate the disease is taking over, she could be dead in less than a month." Han swallowed, thinking of the strong woman who had founded the New Republic, led the political side of the Rebel Alliance. "So that's why she's been delegating so many of her responsibilities," Han said. "Why you've had to take over more and more." "Yes, she's trying to keep up appearances in public, but you should see her, Han. She looks like she can barely stand. She can't keep up the charade much longer." "So," Han began, not knowing what else to suggest or what he could say. "What does this mean? What do you have to do?" Leia bit her lip and seemed to dredge up strength inside herself. She came forward and hugged him. He held her close. "With Mon Mothma weakening," she said, "and Admiral Akbar in exile, the moderate side of the council will be gone. I can't let the New Republic turn into an aggressor government. We have already suffered too much. Now is the time for us to strengthen our ties, to make the New Republic firm through political alliances, with planetary systems joining with us, not to go blasting leftover Imperial strongholds in this sector of the galaxy." "Let me guess who wants to do that," Han said, thinking of a number of the old generals who had reveled in their days of glory during the major battles of the rebellion. "I have to bring Akbar back," she said, looking up to meet Han's eyes. Her face was pale and as beautiful as he had ever seen it. He remembered her staring at him on Cloud City just before Darth Vader had plunged him into the carbon freeze chamber. Han had spent months locked in a frozen non-existence with only her words, "I love you," ringing in his mind. He tried not to let his disappointment show. "So you're going off to the planet Calamari?" She nodded, but kept her face pressed against his chest. "I have to, Han. We can't let Akbar hide at a time like this. He can't keep blaming himself for an accident. He's needed here." 3PO interrupted them as he walked into the main room. "Oh," he said, startled. "Greetings, Mistress Leia. Welcome home." Runnels of splashed bathwater trickled down his shiny form and dripped onto the soft floor. He held 2 fluffy white towels draped over his arms. In the back hall, 2 naked children giggled and ran to their bedroom. "The twins are ready for their evening tale," 3PO said. "Would you like me to select one, sir?" Han shook his head. "No, they always cry when you choose." He looked at Leia. "Come on, you could listen too. I'll tell them a bedtime story." With the twins snuggled in their pajamas under warm blankets, Han sat between their small beds. Leia sat in another chair, looking longingly at her children. "Which story do you want tonight, kids?" Han said. He held a story platform in front of him that would display words and animated pictures. "I get to pick," Jaina said. "I want to pick," Jason said. "You picked last night, Jaina. It's your brother's turn." "I want the little lost bantha cub," Jaina said.
My pick, Jason insisted. Little lost bantha cub. Han smiled. Big surprise, he muttered. Leia saw he had already pulled up the story on the board before the twins made their decision. He began to read. After the sandstorm that drove him from home, the little lost bantha cub wandered alone. So he walked and he walked through the desert heat till noon, when he found a Jawa sandcrawler upon a sandy dune. I am lost, said the bantha cub. Please help me find my herd. But the little Jawas shook their heads and gave their final word. The twins leaned forward to watch the accompanying images activated by Han's voice and the scrolling words. Though they had heard the story a dozen times already, they still seemed disappointed when the Jawas refused to help. So he walked and he walked till he met a shiny droid. After walking by himself so long, the cub was overjoyed. I am lost, said the bantha cub. Please help me find my herd. I am not programmed to help you, said the droid. Don't be absurd. The droid kept walking straight ahead, not looking left or right. The bantha cub just watched until the droid was out of sight. Leia listened as the little bantha cub's adventures continued in an encounter with a moisture farmer and finally a huge crate dragon. The twins sat wide-eyed with suspense. I will eat you, purred the dragon. Then he lunged with snapping jaws, so the bantha cub began to run without the slightest pause. Jason and Jaina were delighted when the bantha cub finally found a tribe of sand people, who reunited him with his parents and his herd. Leia shook her head, marveling at the fascination the children showed. After Han finished telling the story and switched off the platter in his hands, he and Leia each gave the twins a good-night kiss and tucked them in before quietly walking out to the hall. I wish you would let me embellish your tale with sound effects, 3PO said, walking beside them. It would be so much more realistic and enjoyable for the children. No, Han said. You'll give them nightmares. Indeed, 3PO said in a huff, then moved to the kitchen area. Leia smiled and held Han's arm, hugging him. She kissed him on the cheek. You're a good daddy, Han. He blushed, but didn't disagree with her.
14. Small but infinitely deadly, the Sun Crusher superweapon entered orbit around the gas giant of Yavin, flying side by side with the armored New Republic transport. Sitting in the streamlined pilot seat, young Kip Duron felt the Sun Crusher's advanced controls respond to his fingertips. He stared through the segmented viewport at the eddying orange planet below, a waiting bottomless pit where the Sun Crusher would be buried forever. Ready to send her down, Kip? The voice of Wedge Antilles crackled across the comm unit. Straight line plunge. Kip fingered the controls, feeling a chill of reluctance. The Sun Crusher was such a perfect weapon, well designed, able to withstand any onslaught. Kip felt a strange attachment to the splinter-shaped craft that had brought him and Han Solo to freedom. But he also knew that Quizux was right and that the temptation to use such power would eventually corrupt anyone. Qui kept the knowledge in her head, vowing to share it with no one, but the functional superweapon itself had to be taken out of everyone's grasp. He adjusted the sublight course vectors. I'm setting the nav systems now, he said. Prepare to dock. Kip programmed the set of coordinates that would fire the Sun Crusher's maneuvering jets, and send the small ship down in a sharp ellipse to bury it in the turbulent clouds and high-pressure core below. We're ready for transfer, Wedge said. Just a minute, Kip answered. He locked on the controls and caressed the deceptively simple panel one last time. The New Republic scientists and engineers had not been able to understand the machinery inside. They had not known how to deactivate the resonance torpedoes that would spark supernova explosions. Quizux had refused to help them. And now the Sun Crusher would be gone forever. Qui's bird-like voice interrupted his thoughts over the comm channel. Make certain all power systems are shut down, she said, and seal the containment field. Kip flicked a row of switches. Already done. He heard the muffled thump of hull against hull as Wedge brought the armored transport against the Sun Crusher. Magnetic field's in place, Kip, Wedge said. Open the hatch and come on over. Setting the timer, Kip said. He activated the autopilot, dimmed the lights in the cockpit, and clambered toward the small hatch. He opened it and met Wedge's waiting arms as a smiling, dark-haired man helped Kip into the transport. They sealed the Sun Crusher behind them, then disengaged the docking connection. Wedge moved back to the pilot seat of the armored transport and flopped into the cockpit chair beside the wispy-looking Quizux. Qui sat strapped in with crash restraints. Her pale blue skin looked splotchy, and she was obviously filled with anxiety. Wedge nudged the attitude control thrusters and swung the armored transport around so they could watch. The elongated crystal shape of the Sun Crusher increased its distance, drifting closer to the gravitational jaws of Yavin. Kip hunkered between Wedge and Qui, watching through the viewport as the Sun Crusher followed its pre-programmed course. Kip could see the Tauros-shaped resonance field generator at the bottom of the ship's long spike. The Sun Crusher dwindled to a mere speck that approached the chaotic storms of Yavin. He breathed a sigh of relief to know that this weapon would never be used to destroy any star system. Qui sat thin-lipped, silent, intense. Wedge reached over to pat her arm, and she jumped. Kip continued to concentrate on the Sun Crusher, watching the speck. He was afraid to look away because he might lose the ship against a titanic field of orange-colored clouds. He saw the shape plunge into the upper atmosphere, plowing down on its unalterable course toward the planetary core. He imagined the Sun Crusher streaking deeper and deeper into the dense atmosphere. Scorching heat generated by atmospheric friction would throw off ripples and sonic booms as the Sun Crusher went down, down to the gas giant's diamond-thick core. "Well," Wedge said, sounding cheerful, "we never have to worry about that thing again." Qui's elfin face seemed to be a catalogue of contradictory expressions. She fluttered the lashes of her indigo eyes. "It's for the best," Kip agreed, mumbling his words. Wedge ignited the thrusters of the armored transport and arced them away from close orbit to the fringes of the system of moons. "Well, Qui and I are due to inspect a reparation work on Vortex. "So want to go down to the jungle moon, Kip?" Wedge asked. Kip nodded, somewhat uneasy but eager to begin a new phase of his life. "Yes," he answered quietly. Then drawing a deep breath, he said, "Yes!" to show his enthusiasm. "Master Skywalker is waiting for me." Wedge turned back the craft's controls, arrowing for the tiny emerald circle that was the fourth moon of Yavin. He flashed a grin. "Well then, Kip, may the Force be with you." Followed by his group of students, Luke Skywalker emerged from the great Massassi temple to watch the arrival of the transport and their new Jedi student. Luke had told them all of Kip's coming. They had responded with measured enthusiasm, glad to have another trainee among their number, yet tempered by the clinging memory of Gantoris' dark and fiery death. A rectangular ship emblazoned with the scooped blue sign of the New Republic approached through the hazy skies. Its tracking lights flickered on, and broad landing struts extended. R2 trundled to the side of the landing grid in front of the great temple. Luke approached where the ship was about to set down. Blast the repulsor lift jets fluttered his hood and ruffled his hair. Blast the repulsor lift jets fluttered his hood and ruffled his hair. Luke stared at the ship, blinking grit from his eyes until the transport came to rest. The boarding ramp extended, and Wedge and Tilly stepped out, reaching behind him to help the bluish female scientist descend. Luke raised his left hand in greeting and turned his attention to the young man emerging from the craft. Kip Duron was a wiry 18-year-old full of energy and eagerness, toughened from years of labor in the spice mines at Kessel. In the mines, Kip had received a small initiation into the Force through another prisoner there, the fallen Jedi woman Vima Deboda. Kip had instinctively used those skills to help Han and Chewbacca escape from Kessel and from the Maw installation. When Luke had tested the young man for Jedi potential, the strength of Kip's response had thrown Luke backward. Luke had been waiting for a student like this to come to his academy. Kip stepped down the landing platform, averting his eyes at first, but then he paused and looked up to stare into Luke's eyes. Luke saw an intelligence, a quick wit, and a quick temper, survival instincts born from years of struggle, but he also saw unshakable determination. That was the most important factor in a Jedi trainee. "Welcome, Kip Duron," Luke said. "I'm ready, Master Skywalker," Kip answered. "Teach me the Jedi ways." 15. Staring out the observation window of the orbiting station, Leia thought the Calamarian shipyards looked even more impressive than their reputation had led her to expect. The starship construction facilities rode high above the mottled blue planet. Supply platforms sprawled in 3 dimensions, dotted with winking red, yellow, and green lights that indicated landing pads and docking bays. Small girder impellers pushed huge mounds of plasteel extruded from transorbital rubble shipments from the planet's single moon. The girders would be used in the frameworks of the famous Mon Calamari star cruisers. Crab-like constructor pods flitted in and around a tremendous space dock hangar, like tiny insects against the mammoth form of a half-built cruiser. "Excuse me, Minister Organa Solo?" Leia turned to see a small Calamarian female wearing pale blue ambassadorial robes. While the males had bulbous and lumpy heads, the females were more streamlined, with olive-colored mottling over the pale salmon of their hides. "I am Sigil." When the Calamarian female raised both of her hands, Leia noticed that the webbing between her spatulate fingers seemed more translucent than Akbar's. Leia raised her own hand in acknowledgement. "Thank you for meeting me, Ambassador. I appreciate your help." Sigil's mottling darkened in a reaction that Leia recognized as humor or amusement. "You humans have called the Mon Calamari the soul of the rebellion. After such a compliment, how can we turn down any request for help?" The ambassador stepped forward to gesture out at the bustling space dock facility. "I see you've been observing our work on the Star Tide. It will be our first addition to the New Republic fleet in many months. We have been devoting most of our resources to recovering from last year's attack by the Emperor's world devastators." Leia nodded, looking again at the splotchy organic shape of the Mon Calamari star cruiser, the New Republic's equivalent of the Imperial Star Destroyer. The Ovid battleship had lumpy protrusions for gun emplacements, field generators, viewports, and staterooms placed at seemingly random intervals. Each star cruiser was unique, modeled after the same basic design, yet altered to meet individual criteria that Leia didn't quite understand. "All the drive units are installed," Sigil continued, "and the hull is almost complete. We tested the sublight engines just yesterday, hauling the whole space dock facility once around the planet. It will take another 2 months to complete the inner bulkheads, staterooms, and crew quarters." Leia tore her gaze from the activity and nodded at the ambassador. "As always, I'm astonished at the resourcefulness and dedication of the Calamarians. You've given so much after your enslavement by the Empire, after the attacks you've suffered. I feel reluctant to ask for further help, but I desperately need to speak with Admiral Akbar." Sigil straightened her sky-blue robes. "We have respected Akbar's request for privacy and his need for contemplation after the tragedy on Vortex, but our people remain proud of him and support him entirely. If you wish to bring further charges against—" "No, no," Leia said. "I'm one of his greatest supporters. But circumstances have changed since he exiled himself here." Leia swallowed and decided that she would get further if she trusted Sigil. "I've come to beg him to return." Sigil flushed with an olive tinge. She moved quickly, gliding across the floor of the orbital station. "In that case, a shuttle is ready to take you down." Leia gripped the widely spaced arms of the passenger seat as Sigil maneuvered the egg-shaped shuttle through sleeting rain and knotted gray storm clouds. Whitecaps stippled the dull surface of Calamari's deep oceans. Sigil swung the shuttle lower, seemingly unconcerned with the storm winds. She held her splayed hands over the controls and bent to the viewing panels. The high-resolution viewing instruments had been designed for wide-set Calamarian eyes, and the blunt controls were adapted for the digits of the aquatic people. Sigil maneuvered the shuttle like a streamlined fish through water. The vessel curved away from small, marshy islands, sparse dots of habitable land where the amphibious Calamarians had first established their civilization. Narrow rivulets of rainwater trickled down the passenger window as Sigil turned broadside to the wind. The Calamarian ambassador nudged one of the bulbous control knobs and spoke into an invisible voice pickup. "Foamwander City, this is Shuttle SQ-1. Please provide a weather update and an approach vector." Sigil's voice sounded smooth and soft, as if she hadn't needed to shout in her entire life. A guttural male voice came over the speaker. "Ambassador Sigil, we are transmitting your approach vector. We are currently experiencing rising winds that are well within seasonal norms. No difficulties expected, but we are issuing an advisory against topside travel for the afternoon." "Acknowledged," Sigil said. "We were planning on making the rest of our journey underwater. Thank you." She signed off, then turned back to Leia. "Don't worry, Minister. I can sense your anxiety, but I assure you there is nothing to be concerned about." Leia sat up, trying to quell her nervousness until she put her finger on its cause. "I don't doubt you, Ambassador. It's just that the last time I flew in a storm was on Vortex." Sigil nodded somberly. "I understand." Leia sensed Sigil's sincerity, and the look on her fish-like face was comforting. We'll be safely landed in a few minutes." Through the mists and the whipping spray, Leia watched them approach a metal island. Lumpy but smooth, like an organic coral reef, Foamwander City rose in a hemisphere out of the Whitecaps. A forest of reinforced watchtowers and communications antennas rose from the top of the city, but the rest of the drifting metropolis had soft angles and polished outcroppings like a Mon Calamari star cruiser. The bright lights of thousands of above-surface windows shed jewels of light even through the whipping rain. Below the hemispherical dome, Leia knew that the floating cities had underwater towers and descending complexes, like the mirror image of a Coruscant skyline. The inverted skyscrapers of dwelling units and water processing stations beneath the hemisphere made the city look like a mechanical jellyfish. Starved for raw materials on their marshy islands, the Mon Calamari had not been able to build a civilization until they joined forces with another intelligent species that lived beneath the oceans. The Quarren, a humanoid race with helmet-shaped heads and faces that looked like a fistful of tentacles sprouting beneath close-set eyes, had excavated metallic ores from the ocean crust. Working with the Calamarians, they built dozens of floating cities. Though the Quarren could also breathe air, they chose to remain under the sea, while the Calamarians designed starships to explore the bright islands in space. Sigil approached the lumpy hemisphere of Foamwander City, circling to the leeward side where the bulk of the metropolis protected them from buffeting winds. Whitecaps broke against the dull gray of the city's outer shell, sending arcs of droplets high like a handful of diamonds. "Open wave doors," Sigil said into the voice pickup. She aimed the shuttle toward a line of bright lights that guided the ship in. Before Leia could detect the seam, heavy doors split open diagonally like a crooked mouth. Without slowing, Sigil shot the vessel into a smooth tunnel, well lit by green illumination strips. Behind them, the wave doors closed, sealing the metropolis against the onslaught of the storm. Leia felt herself swept along as the ambassador moved with a liquid grace, calmly but relentlessly, to the underwater sections of the floating city. Sigil set a steady, rapid pace that helped Leia hurry but caused no alarm. This was no simple diplomatic mission. As Leia strode through the curved, colorful halls of the upper levels, she was reminded of the corkscrewing chambers inside a gigantic shell. She saw no sharp corners, only rounded edges and smooth, polished decorations made of coral and mother-of-pearl. Even inside the enclosed city, the air had a salty tang, but it was not unpleasant. "Do you know where Akbar is?" Leia finally asked. "Not exactly," the ambassador said. "We allowed him his privacy and did not follow him." Sigil touched Leia's shoulder with a broad, thin hand. "But do not be concerned. The Calamarians have sources of information that the Empire never suspected. Even during the occupation, we were able to keep our collective knowledge intact. We will find Akbar." Leia followed Sigil into a turbolift that plunged down into the deep underwater levels of the floating city. When they emerged, the quality of the corridors had changed. The lighting was dimmer and shimmering. A jewel blue reflected through faceted glow lamps and thick transparisteel windows that looked out into the ocean depths. Leia could see divers swimming among the tangle of nets and mooring lines, satellite cages, and small submersible vehicles moving about the inverted towers of the city. The air was thicker and damper. The people in these levels were primarily Quarren, moving about their business, not acknowledging the presence of the visitors. Though the Quarren and the Calamarians had allied themselves to build this civilization, Leia knew that the two communities did not work together without friction. The Calamarians insisted on their dreams to reach the stars, while the Quarren wished to return to the oceans. Rumors suggested that the Quarren had betrayed their planet to the Empire, but that they had been treated just as badly under Imperial occupation as the Calamarians. Sigil stopped and spoke to a Quarren who stood by a valve control station. The Quarren looked up at the interruption, flashing dark eyes at Leia, then at Sigil. The Calamarian ambassador spoke in a high-pitched, bubbly language, and the Quarren answered abruptly and kind. He gestured to the left down a steep ramp that corkscrewed to the lower level. Sigil nodded her thanks, undisturbed by the Quarren's attitude, as she led Leia down the ramp. They emerged into an open equipment bay that had been pressurized to allow easy access to the water. 5 Calamarian males worked on a small submersible, hoisted on a tractor beam. They moved together to unload dripping crates from a sea tree cargo hold. Quarren, dressed in sleek, flat black suits that seemed covered with minute scales, dived through axis fields into the watery depths. The walls of the equipment bay flickered as traces of dim light wandered up and down the polished surfaces, creating a hypnotic bath of dark green and deep blue. Sigil went to a row of small porcelain compartments and opened one. Before she could reach inside, two Quarren workers rushed over, speaking quickly and harshly in their bubbling language. Leia smelled a new, sour scent rising from them. Sigil bowed in apology, then moved to a different set of compartments, opening them with more caution. Leia followed, trying to make herself small. She realized she was the only non-native in the entire chamber. The Quarren stared at her, though the Calamarians took no notice. Sigil removed a pair of the slithery suits worn by the diving Quarren, handing one to Leia. Leia ran her fingers over the fabric. It seemed alive, clinging and slippery at the same time. The tiny mesh expanded and contracted, as if seeking an appropriate shape to best serve the wearer. Sigil indicated a narrow, closet-sized door. Our changing compartments are a bit cramped, I'm afraid. Leia stepped inside, sealing the door behind her as blue-green illumination intensified in the small chamber. She disrobed and slid into the black suit, feeling her skin tingle as the fabric shifted and adjusted, trying to conform. When the crawly sensation stopped, it was the most comfortable garment she had ever worn. Warm, yet cool. Light, yet insulating. Fuzzy, yet slick. When Leia emerged, Sigil stood outside the door, already wearing her water garment. Without speaking, Sigil fitted a water jetpack over Leia's shoulders, then rigged a crude net for her long hair. Looking at the smooth salmon and olive dome of Sigil's head and the fleshy scalps of the Quarren, Leia said, "I don't suppose you have much need for hairnets around here." Sigil made a sound that Leia suspected might be a laugh, and led her over to one of the axis fields. Beside a round opening that shimmered with faint static as it held the Calamarian ocean back, Sigil dipped her broad hands into a bubbling urn. She pulled out a floppy, translucent sheet and held it up. Water streamed off its surface, fizzling with tiny bubbles. "Humans sometimes find this unpleasant," Sigil said. "I apologize." Without further warning, she slapped the gelatinous mass over Leia's mouth and nose. The membrane was cold and wet, clinging to her cheeks, her skin. Leia stiffened in alarm and tried to struggle, but the strange, soft gel stuck fast to her face. "Relax, and you can breathe," Sigil said. "The symbiote filters oxygen from the sea. It can last for weeks underwater." Starved for air, Leia tried to suck in a deep breath, and found that she could indeed inhale clean, ozone-smelling air. Pure oxygen filled her lungs, and as she breathed slowly out, the bubbles percolated back through the symbiote membrane. Sigil applied one of the symbiotes to her own angular face, and then poked a tiny microphone unit into the soft jelly before adjusting another in her ear hole. She handed Leia a pair of the small devices. The microphone slid into the gelatinous membrane, but the symbiote held it firmly. When she put the second jack into her ear, Sigil's voice came through clearly. "You must take care to articulate your words," Sigil said, "but this system is quite satisfactory." Without another word, Sigil took Leia's arm. She could feel the ambassador's grip. Every detail of her webbed hands transmitted through the remarkable mesh of the slick suit. Together, they plunged through the containment field and into the deep oceans of Calamari. As they jetted through the water, Leia felt warm currents on her forehead and around her eyes. The symbiote fed her a steady supply of air, and the fine mesh suit kept her warm and dry and comfortable. Some of her hair broke free of the makeshift netting, and thick strands flipped and flailed around her head as she cruised along. Behind them, the glittering inverted metropolis of Foamwater City drifted like a huge undersea creature with thousands of tiny figures swimming around it. On the seafloor, Leia could see dull orange glows and domed cities, sites of Quarren deep mining operations in the ocean crust. Above, the light turned milky as it filtered through waves churned by the pelting storm. Sigil spoke little, though the radio pickup worked quite well. They left the floating city far behind, and Leia began to feel uneasy at being so far from civilization. Leia remained close beside Sigil as their jetpacks bubbled and streamed. Eventually, Sigil gestured toward a crevice broken into the ocean crust, surrounded by lumps of coral and waving fronds of red and brown seaweed. "We are going to the Calamarian Knowledge Bank," Sigil said through the tiny voice pickup. They cruised between zigzags of rock overgrown with slow sculptures of coral and fine hair tendrils of deep plants. The water streamed faster as the rock walls channeled stray currents. Above and around them, fleets of bright-colored fish skimmed about, fed upon by larger fish that snapped, swallowed, and returned to feed again. Leia looked ahead and saw a haphazard bed of shells, polished hulking mollusks a meter across. A faint, lustrous glow seemed to come from the shells themselves. Sigil unexpectedly switched off her jetpack, and Leia shot past her before managing to stop her own thrusters. Sigil kicked her broad feet to push herself toward the bottom with long, gliding motions. Leia struggled to keep up as they approached the enormous mollusks. Slowly kicking her feet to maintain her position against the current, Sigil spread her arms wide as she bent over the largest of the humped shells at the front of the large bed. She hummed, a strange noise that vibrated through the water as much as it moved through the pickup current in Leia's ear. "We have questions," Sigil said, speaking to the giant shells. "We require access to the knowledge stored here in the great collection of memories. We must know if you have the answers we seek." The top shell of the largest mollusk groaned open. The crack between its bivalve shells widened until a stream of golden illumination shone out, as if precious sunlight had been captured and held inside the impenetrable shell walls. Leia couldn't say anything in her astonishment. As the shell cracked open even wider, she saw the soft fleshy mass inside, swirled and curved, not just the meaty lump of a shellfish, but the contours of a brain, an enormous brain that pulsed and shone with yellow light. A sluggish pulsing sound drummed at Leia's ears through the water, and Sigil turned to her. "They will answer," she said. As Leia watched, row upon row of the giant shells opened, shedding rays of warm light into the narrow crevice and exposing the swirled lumps of other large brains. "They sit," Sigil said. "They wait. They listen. They know everything that happens on this planet, and they never forget." Sigil began a long, ritualistic communion with the mollusk knowledge bank in a slow, hypnotic language. Leia floated in place and watched, mystified and anxious. Finally, Sigil swam backward, brushing her flipper hands back and forth as she drifted away. The thick mollusks closed their shells, sealing the golden light away from the shadows of the canyon. Leia had trouble seeing in the suddenly restored dimness of the depths, but the ambassador's words came crisply through the earjack. "They have told me where to find him." Leia could detect no emotion in Sigil's even voice, but she felt her own thrill of elation. As they turned to swim upward, Leia stared toward the lip of the crevice. She froze as she saw a deadly sleek form like an Imperial attack ship above, an enormous living creature with a long, bullet-shaped body, spined fins, a mouth filled with fangs. On either side of the mouth streamed whipping tentacles, each tipped with razor-jawed pincers. Leia began to swim frantically backward. Sigil grabbed her shoulder and pulled her down. "Krakana," she said. The monster seemed to notice the bubbles caused by Leia's struggle. A stream of fizz came from the symbiote on Leia's mouth as she panted with terror, but Sigil held her in a firm grip. "Will it attack us?" Leia said into the voice pickup. "If it senses us," Sigil said, "the Krakana will eat anything." "Then what?" Leia said. "It won't find us." Sigil sounded altogether too calm. Fish swam frantically away from the torpedo shape of the predator. Sigil seemed to be concentrating. "No, it will get that one." She gestured with one large hand. "The blue and yellow striped keeler. After that it will take the smaller orange one in the middle of the school. By then all the others will have fled, and the Krakana will continue on its way. Then we can leave." "How do you know that?" Leia said, gripping the rough-edged lump of coral on the side of the chasm. "I know," Sigil said. "It's a little trick I have." Leia watched in horrified fascination as the Krakana streaked forward, coming unexpectedly from below as it reached out with its massive tentacles to grab the blue and yellow keeler and rip it to ragged shreds before stuffing its fang-filled mouth. By the time the monster had grabbed the pale orange fish, the rest of the school had vanished to hidden corners of the crevice, or fled into the broad expanse of the ocean. The Krakana slid away as it cruised the depths, constantly in search of a meal. Leia stared at Sigil, amazed at her prescient ability, but the Calamarian ambassador squeezed Leia's upper arm before igniting her water jetpack. "Now we must go find Akbar," she said.